Hi, everybody. I told you I'd be right back. Okay, so now we're going to get into, I guess I should start at the beginning. Hi, I am Jules Thought, or my channel is Jules Thought, and today is April 22nd, 2022. And what we're going to be talking about today is we're going to be talking about yesterday's trial testimony where Johnny Depp is on the stand and he is being cross examined by Amber Heard's uh, defense team. This is a civil litigation, so there's not a really, like a prosecutor. It is, and I got an eyelash in my eye at the worst possible time. This is Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. So, we are going to start at the beginning of yesterday's cross examination, and we're going to work our way forward. I am a licensed psychologist in real life. And so sometimes what I enjoy doing with my YouTube channel is watch trial testimony and kind of do a little bit of statement analysis, like on the possible psychological factors, personality factors, old trauma reaction, things like that as people are testifying. And, frankly, whether what people are saying may or may not be true. All right, so we will get started. Let me start my video. And thank y'all for being here. I appreciate it. All right, it should be starting pretty soon. We're waiting for everybody to get in the courtroom. I think I've got it too zoomed in too close. A little bit. Okay. All right, let me see if I can get it forward just a little bit. And I hope that I've got the birds situated so that they don't become a nuisance. Um, okay, so Amber Heard's coming in, and there has been this very strange thing playing out since the beginning of this trial. For some very strange reason, Johnny Depp dresses one day, and then the next day, Amber Heard dresses just like him.
Adventure is calling. It's just around the corner, from sunrise to sunset and border to border.
There have been people who have felt that she's like playing psychological mind games with him, that she's trying to, get under his skin or get his attention, perhaps. I think I think this is borderline personality disorder tapes or recordings. This is the kind of thing that you would see if someone had borderline personality disorder. And remember, as I go through this, in no way am I diagnosing someone. I can't diagnose anybody without a clinical interview and a proper investigation, multiple data points. That I'm simply having a discussion about what may or may not be happening. It's theoretical and philosophical in nature, and it really has nothing to do with clinical work that one might do. It's just for entertainment kind of an attempt to develop a deeper level of understanding what we may be watching and what Johnny Depp may be experiencing. My heart really is breaking for him. And I think if I remember correctly, I think it took him a little while to get the audio going. See, my audio is all the way up. So looks like they just haven't started it yet. He has the most endearing smile, doesn't he? It's so cute. He has a great, in my opinion, I think he has a great legal team. And one of the reasons that I really like them is because they stay out of it. They don't object too much, right? Even though Amber's team is really making all kinds of violations, but I like the fact that they let some of that go by. All right. And because when they do finally object, people listen. So I think it's a good move.
Good morning. All right. Do we have any preliminary matters before the jury? Oh, perfect. Which exhibit? 1458. All right. With redactions. All right. That's already been entered in evidence. We'll just take a copy of it. Thank you. Anything else?
We have the thumb drive with the
with
additional.
with the knife pictures on it for me, 92 and 93. Great. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, she provided a lot of alcohol and a lot of drugs, Tina.
Right.
I agree.
Anything further? All right. We're ready for the jury.
Yeah, they get the sound up later on. All of my sound is up as high as it'll go. I hope everybody's looking forward to a good weekend. I hope people have fun things planned, or at the very least that it's going to be relaxing. I'm telling you, this has been very difficult to watch. Very, very difficult testimony. I think Depp is, he is tortured. He is a tortured soul. And while we're waiting for the jury to come in and get seated, I'll say this too. I have a real problem with her supposed pictures of her bruising. It looks like her makeup. As she sits in the courtroom, where she does her shading with her blush, that's what her bruise looked like. It was very hard to see much different. So, it just seems like there's a lot that was contrived and may not have been exactly honest.
Morning, Mr. Depp.
Morning, Mr. Rodenborn.
Yes, 2 days ago, when you first took the stand, you discussed your upbringing and some of the abuse that you suffered at the hands of your mother. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you testified how she abused you physically, right?
Yes, sir.
Throwing things at you, hitting you.
Yeah, there was various forms of physical abuse.
And she abused you verbally by insulting you and your siblings, right?
Yes, she did.
And you testified that sometimes that verbal abuse, that emotional abuse was worse than the beatings, right? Do you remember that?
As a child, it has more of an opportunity to plant itself in your head.
Sure.
Yes.
So you'd agree that abuse can take many forms. It can be physical, can be verbal, can be emotional, right?
Indeed.
And you testified that your dad wasn't abusive, but that you saw him punch walls when he was in an argument with your mother sometimes, right?
Excuse me. I witnessed my father, the only reaction that would be called a physical reaction from the abuse he was very stoically taking from my mother. I saw him maybe twice, 3 times punch a wall. Once, as I said, once he punched the corner of the wall, and I watched his hand, his hand basically shatter.
Right. Mr. Depp, your walls weren't the only thing that your father punched, were they? In fact,
so this right off the bat on this second day of him being cross-examined, right off the bat, we learned some really important things about Johnny Depp, and that is, number one, that he was lived in abusive home. He grew up with a mother who was probably experiencing a lot of depression. And he alludes later on in the testimony, he alludes to forgiving his mother, that she had a very difficult time in her own childhood. Her dad had been horribly abusive to her. And so she had her own demons. And so they went through this process of forgiveness, whatnot. But that doesn't do away with the fact that he did experience a great deal of violence at the hands of his mother when he was a young kid. Little boy, a child. And his father remained in the home for quite some time. And what he saw his father do, as the mother is beating the children and beating the husband and screeching and screaming and out of control, what does dad do? He is stoic. He takes it. He just stands there. He doesn't leave. He just takes what she's dishing out. By contrast, his sister, who actually has been like his lifelong companion, anchor, that anything that he has ever needed, his sister has always been involved in, including business and helping him emotionally and physically, health-wise, money-wise. I mean, she is his anchor, his rock. And she was really the first person in his home, in his family, who drew the line and said, enough. I've had enough of this chaos. She ended up getting pregnant when she was 17. She got married and immediately moved into her own place with her husband. And it was not long after that, then Johnny also left home and came and lived with her. So that started this lifelong awareness that, you avoid physical violence, right? That you don't sit around and hit on each other. And really, you shouldn't even really be yelling at each other. And, if there's an argument, if there's a disagreement, the best thing to do is leave and get out of the situation. Then he ends up, he has a 17 or 15-year marriage that is wonderful. 14 years of it's an adult, mature relationship where the person he's married to is gentle and warm, and they are a team. He doesn't live the life of celebrity. He's really kind of building a family like he's never had before. And so he ends up out of that marriage, and he just thought, I'm going to marry this 20-year-old beauty, and life's going to be so great. And he found out he made the worst mistake of his life. And so can you imagine, he thinks that marriage is a good thing. He thinks marriage is a place of comfort and safety. And he ends up with this woman who is driving him to a place that he thought he had gotten away from. He even comments on it in his testimony that he was so heartbroken and disappointed to see that his life had come full circle, that he had escaped the abusive mother, only to find out that he had jumped through a lot of hoops to marry the abusive mother, and he's right back where he was. This woman was even mean to his children. The children won't even speak to her. So they went to counseling. He had the 17-year marriage. He thought, we can fix this. We can make this good. They went to therapy with a psychologist, and the psychologist testified maybe 4 days ago. And she said, oh, no. Amber is not a victim. In fact, Amber started much of it. Amber seemed to like enjoy it, whereas Depp, he was in it. He was fighting, but he was the first one to really try to use the techniques and the tools that I was trying to teach them. And we actually hear him in these recordings that she made. We actually hear him saying, I'm going to leave. I'm not going to stand here and have a violent interaction with you. I'm not going to beat on you. You're not going to beat on me. I'm going to get out of here. And those recordings are killer to her claim that she was an abused woman. It blows it out of the water. And the reason that it blows it out of the water is because he's the one trying to leave, doing exactly what we teach people in marriage counseling to do. Take a time out. If you're trying to have a conversation with someone in the family, whether it's your teenager, your little kid, or your husband or wife, if the emotions are getting too big, and we use a SUD scale, subjective units of distress, and we teach them, if you get up to like a 5 or a 6 on your SUD scale, then ask for a timeout and say, I'm feeling really emotional right now. I need to get away from here, and I'll be back in an hour. Or I just need to go to my room or go take a hot bath. I'll be back in 10 minutes, or I'll be back in 2 hours, or I'll be back tomorrow. I've seen some physically abusive families where, you really need to get away from each other and go to a hotel overnight if that's what you need to do. Hold on just 1 minute. Okay. So Johnny Depp is recorded illegally doing exactly what the psychologist trained them, asked them to do. It also matches what his sister has been telling him for the couple of years that this has been going on, saying, Johnny, I'm going to get you an extra hotel room there where you're staying. And if something happens and she gets triggered, you've got a safe room go to. She doesn't know the room number, and then you can be safe and not get into this, physical altercation. So the man, there's plenty of evidence that he is actually working very hard, taking real measurable steps to avoid these physical confrontations. She, on the other hand, is recorded laughing at him and saying that he's a pussy and that he's a big baby because, he doesn't want to fight, and that fighting is normal, and quit being a baby. It's normal to cry. She's really shot herself in the foot with this. She really has. Okay, so I just wanted to comment on those early precursors, the experiences of being in a violent home where the dad is stoic and non-reactive to the physical and verbal and emotional assault of the mom on the kids and on the dad. And then the learning experiences that he had, his sister, 17-year marriage with a mature, normal, healthy woman, and then finally being in therapy with a psychologist who is telling him, take a time out. He's attempting to do these, and yet Amber is hell bent on having these devastating fights and breakdown.
In fact, once he punched you in the face and knocked you down, didn't he?
Challenge yourself to the career you want. Challenge accepted.
Yes, when I was 15 years old, this was just before I'd dropped out of high school. One morning, yes, in my mind, I was done with school. So he had asked me to, I believe it was something, it was very, he asked me to take the dog for a walk or something, or take out the garbage, something menial, something strange. And I just said, no. And he just gave me a quick shot, pretty hefty. And it rattled my head. It rattled the cage,
Sure.
birds and stuff. Sure.
So the jury hadn't heard about that before. When he punched you in the face, it actually knocked you to the ground. And then when you got up, you were all too happy to take care of what he wanted you to take care of, right?
I was excited to take care of it.
Right. And yesterday, I believe that you testified, why would you hit someone to make them agree with you? It doesn't work. You gave that testimony yesterday, didn't you?
Yes.
Now, you try to conduct yourself as a gentleman, right?
Yes, sir.
And you think that you live up to the standards of a Southern gentleman, right?
That was essentially, when you have deep, deep roots in the South, in Kentucky and such, it's not just your parents, your father, your mother, it's your grandparents, it's your uncles, it's your aunts, it's this, it's that. Yes, raised.
I cannot tolerate the hateful looks on that woman's face as he's talking.
Right. And you think you live up to the standards of a Southern gentleman, correct?
I believe I do. I certainly have done my best all my life.
Paul Bettany's a good friend that you've done drugs with, right?
That's a strange question. Paul Bettany is a good friend. Yes.
You've done drugs with him?
Yes, I have.
Cocaine, right?
Cocaine, yes.
Alcohol?
Alcohol, yes.
Pills, including Xanax and Adderall, right?
That I'm not so sure of.
Okay.
Where's he going?
He said, where's he going? He has a marvelous personality. At least in my opinion. I like his wit, it does show his brilliance. He's sharp. He can pick up with just these little one-liner, make you smile. But she, on the other hand, is very unpleasant, really, really unpleasant. And he does make comment. I believe it was his first day on the stand. He makes the comment. He felt like he was tricked. That in the beginning, she was funny, she was happy, she was gentle and kind and treated others with respect. And then they got married, and suddenly he didn't know who she was. She turned into this really dramatically unpleasant woman, to the point that she was horribly mean to his friends. I mean, she would say horrible things to the friends that were there. And it, he said he realized he had made a bad mistake.
Mr. Depp, you remember giving testimony in the trial in the UK, correct?
Yes.
And you gave that testimony.
And I'll tell you one more thing that I don't like, and this may be petty and small. I was really interested when all this started. I was really interested if Johnny Depp was going to be playing a role, right? That we would be able to see him acting. And so I was, the first couple of days, I was really focused trying to pick out, is this really him? Is this really his personality? or is he trying to play some kind of role? And I think and I think that a lot of people, there's a lot of attorneys that are watching this thing live and giving commentary on YouTube. But it does seem like most everybody is of the opinion that, he is trying to be himself. He's trying to be authentic. Amber, on the other hand, I don't think she is. And one of my biggest signs of that, look how she's dressed. She's doing a Jodi Arias where she's pretending to be an attorney. It's like she's kind of playing a role as an attorney. Now, later on, and I'll stop the video when it happens and point it out, you can actually see her yelling, like leaned over the table, and she's like really intense, looks like her words are coming, a mile a minute, yelling at the what is his name? Rossmere, whatever her attorney is that's asking Johnny Depp the questions. She's giving him the what for, and he does turn around and walk away from her. So she's not happy with the way this day turns out. By the end of the day, she's fuming. So, but keep watching, and I'll be interested to see what you guys think. If you think he is being authentic, this is the real Johnny. What is his name? Debrinsky. I think his real name is Debrinsky. I'll have to look it up again. I think it's Debrinsky. And then watching her and her reactions, do you think this is really her? Or do you think she's trying to look like the hurt, abused little ingenue who just couldn't manage big old mean alcoholic dope head abusive Johnny Depp? It's not working. After you listen to the recordings, it's very hard to see her in that role, but yet she's playing the role.
You gave quite a bit of testimony in that trial, right?
I wouldn't be able to judge that myself. It felt like a lot.
Okay, well, let's take a look at some of it. If you can turn to page 45, please, in front of you. It's page 12 of the document. There's 4 transcript pages.
I see page 12 of the document, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And
12 of the document, you say?
Yes, in the lower left corner, there's a page 45. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you see that on the bottom of that page, there's a discussion of Paul Bettany and the drugs that you did together. And there was a question. The question is, any sort of pills? And your answer is yes. There could have been Xanax, or if he asked for Xanax or Adderall, whatever, I would, of course, give it to him. Question. So you would supply Paul Bettany with whatever medication or controlled drugs he asked for. Is that right? Answer. If he was feeling anxious or if he was feeling unpleasant, I would give him what he asked for. Question. Would you give him a Xanax? Answer. Yes.
For me, Dropbox is a seamless way of ensuring that I have access to documents across my cell phone, my iPad, my computer, my client.
Did I read that right?
You certainly did, yes, sir.
And you shared, the two of you shared an enjoyment of controlled drugs or alcohol at that time, right?
What a dumb question.
The two of us were making a film together.
With respect, sir, that wasn't my question. My question was the two of you shared an enjoyment of controlled drugs and alcohol.
So did your person.
At times.
And
Amber Heard loves
was quite adamant
mushrooms.
that you didn't drink anymore and that you should stop using recreational drugs, right?
Oh, yes.
And she didn't like it when you were high on drugs or drunk on alcohol, right?
She didn't like it when it was her perception that I was high on drugs. Her perception is quite different than the truth.
And that's what we're after, is the truth. Let's turn to, can you pull up Exhibit 178, please, Michelle?
It's a bad look to be rude and gruff and snarky to a man who's being honest and pleasant and just trying to, admit some humiliating things, right? This is bad. This is a bad look for Amber Heard's team.
Mr. Depp.
It's not going to win the jury
Objection, Your
over.
Honor. Can we approach, please?
Yeah, Muffin Top, that is such a great comment. So Muffin Top said, we also have a public image of Johnny Depp, given or Amber Heard, given that she showed her true colors in public, speaks volumes. And remember, the accusations of abuse are against Johnny Depp, right? And now he is suing her for defamation of character, and part of that defense, because she's claiming that he's abusive, he has to prove that, well, no, I was defending myself. She was creating these abusive situations. My role was to try to get away from her. So he's got to go back and show some of this to protect himself and explain what the setting was that this violence occurred. But the main thing about this guy is we all know that he drinks a lot. It's in the National Enquirer. We all know that about him. He's Captain Jack Sparrow, for God's sake, right? So this guy wasted hours, 8-10 hours, proving that Johnny Depp uses drugs and drinks alcohol. The whole world already knows that about the guy, and they love him. This is not what it's about. This is not about that Johnny Depp is a bad guy or a flawed human being, an addict. This is about him accusing her of defamation of character and her turning around saying, oh, but you beat me. Why they chose to spend 8 or 10 hours on his alcohol and drug use is unbelievable. And listen to how crazy this is. They're redacting their own evidence in court where the judge has limited the amount of time for each side.
Mr. Depp, this is a text
crazy
message exchange that you had with Paul Bettany on June 11, 2013, correct?
Yes, correct.
Your Honor, permission to move for admission of redacted Defendant's Exhibit 178 and permission to publish, please.
We based off of Your Honor's ruling.
All right.
That's fine.
178 with redactions.
With the kind of attorneys that she has hired, wouldn't you think they would know that they needed
Michelle,
to
could you please
redact
blow up
their
the first text
documents?
at the top?
They're doing it in court, using up valuable
In this
time
text,
that's been limited by the
Mr. Depp,
judge.
you text Mr. Bettany, let's burn Amber, 3 exclamation points, right? You see that?
I do see that.
And at this time, June 11, 2013, Amber is your girlfriend or perhaps even your fiance at this point, correct?
Girlfriend,
Yeah,
for sure.
And you didn't stop when you said, let's burn Amber. Because the next text down, you can move down and blow up the next text, please, Michelle. You say, let's drown her before we burn her, 3 exclamation points. Did I read that right?
Yes, it's referring to the
you
text
didn't-
prior to.
You didn't
from Mr.
stop when you
Bettany.
said, let's drown her before we burn her. After that, you made another comment, and I'd like to apologize to the court and to the jury for some of the language that I'm going to have to use today, but unfortunately, you're going to see a lot of documents with language like this. After you said, let's drown her before we burn her, Mr. Depp, you
Yes.
said, "I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead."
That's bad. Right. That's hard to listen to.
This law firm.
That's what you said that you would do after you burned her and after you drowned her. Did I read that right?
You certainly did, yes.
And you wrote that about the woman who would later become your wife.
Yes, I did.
Can you pull up Exhibit 245, please?
Now, one thing I'm going to point out, he's going to go through these texts that Johnny Depp is sending to friends. He never, ever shows a text where Johnny Depp said those types of words to Amber.
No objection to this exhibit. And so I
Very strange, right? Why the judge allowed these texts to come in. He never said them to Amber Heard.
Your Honor, we have no objection to the portions that have Mr. Depp's text messages, but at the bottom portion, there is some from his daughter that we would ask be redacted.
And Your Honor, that's okay, but there was no objection to this on the exhibit list.
But they don't appear to be relevant, which.
That's fine. We're happy to redact those.
Yeah, it's character assassination, Muffin Top. I agree with you.
So 245 in evidence with the.
And it's supposed to be about violence,
Yes, Your Honor.
right?
Thank you. Mr. Depp, the top text message, we're going to focus on a couple of these, but the top text message is a text from you to Paul Bettany on May 30th, 2014, correct? I need to scroll over, Michelle.
May 30th, 2014, yes.
And you recall that you testified
Maybe,
yesterday about
Yvette.
the flight that you
You
took
may-
from
you might
Boston
be
to
right
Los
about that.
Angeles on May 24th, 2014, right?
Yes.
You remember that? Okay.
Yes, I did.
And you testified yesterday
1 minute.
that you didn't have any drinks before that flight, or maybe you had a glass of champagne or something. Remember giving that testimony?
Yes, I believe I said I had a glass of champagne on the plane.
Right. So in this text, if you could blow up, Michelle, please, that top text. 30th, 2014. You texted Mr. Bettany, just a little bit smaller. You texted Mr. Bettany, "I'm going to properly stop the booze thing, darling. Drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA this past Sunday. Ugly, mate. No food for days. Powders. Half a bottle of whiskey. 1,000 Red Bull and vodkas. Pills. 2 bottles of champers on plane. And what do you get? An angry aggro engine. Yeah. Assaulting any fuck. Done. Admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love." Read that again. "I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine." Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And when you said pills are fine, to try to get off of the pills that you testified about yesterday, right?
This is when I was still on the roxycodone. It was before the detox on the island.
Yeah, he
Right,
didn't
and you
start
testified that
detox
when you were
until
in Boston
after the
filming Black
Australia
Mass,
trip.
which you flew from Boston to LA, that you had just retained Dr. Kipper to help you try to combat that pill problem, right?
Yes.
If you
go
could
2
drink
seconds,
1,000
please.
Red Bulls and not have a heart attack, right? I think anyone might be raging if they drank
And
1,000
this is a
Red
text
Bulls.
that you sent on June 8, 2014. Just scroll over to Patty Smith. You see that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And in this text, I won't read all of it, but you say this: I'm going to just read the first paragraph. My darling Patty Lee, I miss you and worship you, and there's nothing wrong between us. Never, ever could that happen. I've just been so beyond busy with film here in Boston and then back to LA for kiddies. When I was in NYC, they were brief visits and fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty. To your place at about 3:30 a.m. the last time I was there. He tears.
That doesn't prove any kind of violence. It just says that he got shitty, which arguing and saying mean things, right? Doesn't mean that he was violent.
Exhibit 325, please.
Just proves he's an alcoholic.
Wayfair has everything I need to make
But
my
he
home
has-
totally me. Sometimes I'm a homebody. So cozy.
He's been an alcoholic since he was famous, right? He was part of the Brat Pack in Hollywood.
Mr. Depp, is this a text message exchange that you had with Miss Heard on December 18th, 2014?
I see that.
And one thing I don't like
Honor,
about this attorney is he
move for
jumps
admission.
over the place. He's not going chronological, and I think that's highly misleading to the jury.
Of course.
Approach real quick.
Okay, sure.
It's really misleading. It confuses. There was so much that happened between 2013 up to like 2016. There were so many monumental events and changes in their lives together in terms of fights and arguments and whatnot. And then also in terms of his health status. He was taking an enormous amount of hydrocodone, oxycodone. He was taking Roxys, which are oxycodone with no Tylenol added. So you can take a lot of it without, damaging your liver, if that's the kind of thing you're worried about. And he would take 2 Roxys at a time, and that would kill me. If I tried to take that right now with no tolerance built up, I wouldn't survive it. I probably couldn't even really tolerate probably 1 Roxy. I don't remember. I think they start at 15 milligrams maybe.
And Michelle, if you could just scroll.
So he was taking a great.
So, the court.
He took a lot of. He had hurt his back. That's how he started taking them. He was on a movie, hurt his back. He got prescribed the Roxycodone, and he built up a tolerance. He said he used them for about 10 years, between 7 and 10 years. And then he got ready to quit taking them, and he hired this concierge doctor and their team to get him through. And now he's clean from the opiates. He's also stopped drinking. But he says here he's not really have a problem with drinking. He can quit drinking. It doesn't really bother him.
This is the only page.
But he does
Your Honor. Right.
consistently use marijuana
Just one.
because it helps him stay calm. So this guy's just proving what we've always known about him. It's kind of, it was a terrible day yesterday for Amber Heard.
Top of the page.
This part at the beginning of the day is actually the best part of the day. It's just going to go downhill. And take note of what she looks like right now.
Mr. Depp,
compared to what
on
she's going to look
December
like in 2
18th,
hours.
2014, you sent this text to Miss Heard. And I'm going to read it. And it says, "It's away. I've let it go. Went too far. I tend to do that. I always regret it when I jump, or worse, when you jump. I don't want to be conditioned to continue that behavior. Therefore, I'll put in heavy work with Shrank. I'm sorry for being less, for your disappointment in me, for my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. Gotta lose that. Gonna lose that. The devil is all around, right? I wish I were."
Notice he calls himself a savage, but this is his rhetoric. This is his melodramatic, overly romantic type of view of life. What you and I would say is, I'm a jerk. I'm an asshole. But that's not how he talks. He talks in poetic terms. So he uses this word savage to mean, he's not treating the love of his life the way he should be treating her. This joker, this attorney, tries to make it sound like saying I'm a savage means that he's beating the crap out of her. And then the overriding question, if that's the case, is, okay, well, why'd she marry him? If he's beating up, why'd she marry? Why'd she keep going back with him? They were surrounded by people everywhere. She had her own entourage. She had her own business people. She had her own maid and companion people. Why did she ask for help? Why did she continue to goad and push and fight? How is it possible? So even before they're getting married, they're arguing, and he's saying to her, let's change. We can't keep fighting. We can't let this happen. Let's don't get triggered anymore. I'm going to quit drinking. I'm going to quit using pills. I'm going to stop all this, all so that we can have a good relationship. You never hear her say to him what the steps that she's going to take to improve the relationship, to avoid the fighting. She never says anything. It's constantly about what Johnny's doing wrong, and Johnny's going to change this, and Johnny's going to change that, and only Johnny's going to do better. If the roles were turned, how quick would you be to say, oh, that's an abused woman? If it was Amber saying, I'm going to do better, I'm going to stop doing this, I'm going to start doing this, I'm so sorry, forgive me, it's my fault, Johnny, I'm the one that's causing this. We would all recognize that as stereotypical for people that are living in domestic abuse and violence, right? But because it's a man who is the target of abuse, people have a hard time accepting it. They just don't want to, they just don't want to believe that he's the one being abused. And it's not about physical power. She goads him, she pushes, she manipulates, she tricks him, she gets him intoxicated and then pushes. She wanted these recordings of him being hard on her, abusing her, saying bad words to her. But remember, so far in this trial, we haven't gotten any text from him to her where he's saying these awful things like what he did with his friend.
We're able to bring even just a glimmer of a smile to the pretty face of my most gorgeous of dreams and darkest nightmares.
So poetic.
I love you far too much for you and I to be these heinous, slinging insults like we do/did. It is not anything that I am particularly proud of to have participated in, and I regret giving it life because, motherfucker, how when we fight, little girl, how do we end up on the very edge of the precipice? And why? Wish I knew. Goddamn. And know that you are right. I am well aware that I should have been bigger than the moment, and that it will never again manifest in negative experiences. It can be done. What a killer concept to visualize. Wish you were in this lunatic's proximity. Be careful out there. I adore you.
Terrible.
Did I read that right?
You did.
Yeah, I agree, Teresa. Absolutely. Exact same thing. Yeah. The manipulation.
153.
But you never hear her. You never hear her saying, we can do better. We have to stop arguing. I love you so much. You don't ever get that from her. It's always him, that he's going to do better. He's going to make it right. That doesn't mean that he's the one hitting. It means that he was the one that was on the receiving end, where he's trying to, he feels love for her and he really wants to make it right. He's confused. He doesn't know where this crazy fighting is coming from. No other female has ever come out and said that he was abusive in relationships. He's had
Your Honor,
many of his past relationships have come out and said, Johnny Depp would not hit a fly. He would never hurt a girl. No. So,
Your Honor, this has phone numbers in it, so.
I know. Yeah, I know.
Things look bad for her.
If you've been in a car accident, you have to reach out to push and win.
Yeah, she's very self-centered. I think she did, Teresa. I think it was a setup from the beginning. I think he was targeted to be the husband with all the money.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to the top 3 text messages on this page. These are text messages that you sent on January 17th, 2013. See that?
I'm sorry, I'm just reading the page.
Right. And the way these text messages are produced, sometimes there's big date skips and they're kind of jumbled in. So they're not.
And
all
taking here's another part.
What I'm asking you about is just the top 3.
Sure.
Taking all of these comments out of context, the way that they edited these,
And
they didn't. You don't know what the conversation was. Completely changes the meanings of them, correct? And it removes Amber from what
Your Honor,
she
permission to
horrible
publish
things she may have
just those
said.
top 3 texts with identifiers and the others redacted, and move for admission.
I did too, Jackie.
Exhibit.
As long as it's not this version, that's fine. The
We'll put up on the screen what I propose to admit as an exhibit.
Let me see what you're going to put up on the screen
Okay.
first.
We have no objection to this.
I know. Me too, Diamond Paw. I'm a huge Elon fan.
Michelle, can you blow up the text?
He's a true genius. We don't have many of those in the world
On
anymore.
January 17th, 2013, Mr. Depp, you texted the following: "For the idiot cow," 3 exclamation points. Next text: "Will do. I'll smack the ugly cunt around before I let her in. Don't worry." And apologies again to the court and the jury for this language.
And
And
this
then you
was
close by saying,
after.
"Did that worthless hooker arrive?"
And this
Did I read
was
that right?
after she cut his finger off. 2 days after the attack with the bottle. So I'm going to ask you, if somebody attacked
We
you and
talked
cut
a
your
little
finger
bit
off, would you
about
be
the term
calling
monster
them
yesterday,
sweet, nice names? I wouldn't.
Yes, I've heard that word quite a lot. Yes.
Yeah, and you testified yesterday that you used that term to placate Amber, right? And I believe that you testified that it was the word that she clung to describe what was in her mind, not yours. I wrote down what you said. You remember giving that testimony?
The monster, more than anything, was Ms. Heard's way of referencing whether she perceived that I was on substances or taking substances. So the word monster it represented for her the consumption of alcohol or any other substances, whether it was actually happening or not, her perception. And so monster became her click word,
Right.
if you will.
And he began using
actually,
that
the
term as
monster
well.
to describe yourself came from you.
Well, initially, Ms. Heard, I believe she started out with demons. She started out with saying that I had demons. And then when monster was put into a conversation, which, again, I have a particular way of using words, vocabulary in my vernacular. So monster was something that which she stuck with, tried and true. I mean, she just stayed with that.
Right, but
you'd
but
have
but
to
you,
accept
it came from you. The term
unless
came
you
from
wanted
you.
to argue.
The term came from you, didn't it?
It's very probable. It's possible. It's probable that I might have used that word, certainly.
But that doesn't
Right,
have anything
and in
to do with
2012,
her
in fact,
defaming
Elton
him.
John was one of your friends who was trying to help you get sober, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
Did I tell
which is
you I bought our car
admirable,
from
right?
Carvana? It was
That
so
he
easy.
is
I found the perfect.
actively talking to doctors and asking for friends
you sent him a
for
message
help
in
on
2012
how to get
where you
clean off
thanked
of
him for
the
his help, and you
Roxys and
said,
whatnot.
quote, "I would have been swallowed up by the monster were it not for you. That is a simple fact."
Doesn't have anything to do with anything.
Again, the monster referring to alcohol and substances.
Yep.
Correct. And you didn't send that message to Miss Heard. You sent that to Elton John. I would have been swallowed up by the monster were it not for you. Correct?
Elton
Can you pull up exhibit 408?
was a dear friend who has been sober for 40 years, 30 years. So he was, we'd had discussions, and he wanted me to get clean, sober. So Elton actually sent a fellow called Charlie Dunnett, who worked with Elton for years and years. And
Mr. Depp, I appreciate that. My only question was just to confirm that you had sent that.
Horrible man. Horrible.
So I'll just stop talking.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I want to be respectful of the court's time. And
Oh my gosh.
Sorry?
I just said I want to be respectful of the court's time and the jury's time, and I trust that you do too. So
I don't feel like I'm wasting anyone's time, sir.
Could you pull up exhibit 408?
Good job, Johnny. Good comment. I'm telling you, this jury is not looking good at Amber's side of the table.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to the bottom text on this page. And can you confirm that this is a text message that you sent on April 9th, 2015, while you were married to Amber, to your sister? Do you see that?
The last...
the last text on the one on the bottom.
Yes, I see that, yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of 408 with all the identifiers redacted and everything except the last text redacted. Yes, Your Honor.
We object, Your Honor. We could approach it just very quickly.
I think this information about Elton John, I think that is yet again another attempt by this bozo attorney trying really hard to make Johnny Depp look like a bad guy, just to make him unlikable. In reality, that makes him really a human guy who's not the monster that they're trying to paint him out to be, because he's admitting to everyone that he has this problem and he wants to get better. He's hiring special doctors. He's got a round-the-clock nurse. Now he's got Johnny Depp sending a special therapist who works with addictions. I'm not seeing this idea that we're going to paint Johnny Depp as a really bad guy so that people will believe that he's an abuser. He doesn't come across as an abuser. And maybe I'm wrong. So I'm going to, while we're waiting on this, if you think Johnny Depp looks bad, that he looks like, and if you think that he looks just like a flawed person who's trying to do better, put a 1.
And Mr. Depp, to clarify, is sis in those texts, is that your sister?
I agree,
it should be
Thug
Amber's
for
sister
Life.
too, right?
Absolutely
Yes,
re-victimizing.
I've
The
obviously been
humiliation of
with-
interrupting
Okay,
him
so
like
Amber's
that.
sister.
Absolutely.
Yes, Amber's
Okay.
sister.
Turquoise says that he looks like a bad guy. Okay. And there will be some people that think that, Turquoise. You're not going to be the only person that thinks that.
Your Honor, with those redactions, I'd ask for permission or move to admit Exhibit 408.
No objection? Yes. Okay. All right, 408 with redactions.
That's my. You're Turquoise. You're not alone. I promise. There are
Mr.
people
Depp,
on your side.
On April 9th, 2015,
Yes.
while you were married to Miss Heard, you texted someone named Sis, which may be her sister. You testified.
Yes.
You said, "I'm all right."
I see the Mountain Collective for the.
I wish I was in the mountains. ...
Though I never, ever want to lay eyes on that filthy whore, Amber A. Most embarrassing.
Again, she had just cut his
Did I read that
finger
right?
off 2 days before.
And when you called Amber that filthy whore, she was your wife at the time, correct?
Yeah, and she
Let's
cut
pull
his
up
finger
Exhibit
off, and she had had affairs with 3 different men.
Unredacted, please.
Muffin, mostly you can just hear the courtroom laughing.
Mr. Depp,
I think people are charmed by him.
I'd like to direct your attention.
Absolutely, Sandra. Everybody's opinion matters,
another-
and everybody has a different experience in
I'd
life.
like to direct your attention to the 4th text up from the bottom. Chat number 1616. You see that?
Yeah, that was funny, Cha-Cha.
And that's a text message exchange between you and Jerry Judge on April 26th, 2015, just a couple of weeks after you referred to Amber as a filthy whore. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to and move for admission of this exhibit with the 2 text exchanges in that chat between him and Jerry Judge.
Well, why don't you show me what it would look like redacted?
Okay.
We do that.
Okay, sure.
I will tell you this, Yvette. I like the channel Legal Bites. I watch her a lot. She's an attorney, and the impression I got yesterday was they should have had these documents all cleaned up and ready to go. The fact that they're doing their revisions live was quite surprising to the various attorneys that were on the panel. So it's very odd that they didn't have them ready to go. It's very strange.
No objection.
Almost like they wanted to introduce like the names of Elton John and Marilyn Manson, like they wanted to do that.
Text up, Michelle.
And really, it should have been illegal.
Mr. Depp, on April 26th, 2015, Jerry Judge, and Jerry Judge is your former security guy who passed away a couple years ago, right?
That's correct.
And he writes you and says, "Hi, boss.
Exactly,
I just wanted
Thug.
to say if you and
I
Amber
hope they
need
get back
anything,
together.
just let me know. I will be there in 20 minutes. Johnny, it is lovely to see how you and Amber are so happy. The other day, watching the 2 of you sitting on the bench by the sea was fantastic. The 2 of you need happiness, and it is really great to see that. Love to you and Amber. XOXO, Jerry." Did I read that right?
You did.
And beneath that, you texted him back and you said, "Thank you, my dear Jerry. Very, very kind, mate. We've been perfect. All I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. We've been happier than ever. All caps. Love you, brother. JD. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
Michelle, could you please pull up Exhibit 445, defendants?
I agree, Muffin, 100%.
And in the text that we just saw, when you used the word monster, that Miss Heard wasn't on that text message, was she?
No, that was between Jerry and myself.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention in this message to the second text down, which is a text from you to Dr. Kipper, Dr. David Kipper, on June 28th, 2015.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes, 26, 28, 215, yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of a redacted exhibit with simply that text. We're happy to redact the rest of it.
Is that text 139 or 137?
137, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
137.
No objection with
All
the
right,
proper
you can
redactions.
Get those redactions before we publish, or did you want to publish this?
We'll make the redactions right now and then
Okay.
publish that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, 445 as redacted.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, in evidence.
Thank you. And you sent this text on June 28th, 2015, and it said, can you blow up the text, Michelle, please? Thank you, my darling Kipper. All those technical abbreviations left me flummoxed and in the dark. Soon, soon, I must see you and just hang out. My deformed finger and I have no friends. By the way, Amber and I have been absolutely perfect for 3 fucking months solid. I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within, and it has fucking worked. We're goddamn best friends now. Amazing. Big love to you, my brother. JD. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And Amber wasn't on that text when you told Dr. Kipper that you had locked your monster child away in a cage deep within, was she?
No.
Can we pull up?
Who uses the word
Exhibit
flummox?
445, please?
That's what I'm talking about with his vernacular and the poetic way that he talks, just in normal conversation. He's way over the top drama.
It's just the bottom text that I'm going to direct your
Thespian.
attention to, Mr. Depp. This is a text that you sent to Stephen Deuter.
I haven't eaten a muffin.
On May 14th, 2015, right?
The last one.
Yep.
That's right.
May 14th.
And Stephen Deuters is your personal assistant, or was your personal assistant at the time you were with Miss Hurt, right?
Yes, he's not my partner.
Now he's the president of the European branch of Infinitum Nihil, right?
IN2, yes, sir.
So he takes
Your
his personal
permission,
assistant,
redacted version of
makes
this
such good
document
friends
is
with him,
the
he
bottom
turns
text
him into a business partner.
No objection.
This is a man who has no interest in being a movie star. He's just trying to live his life.
Thank you, Judge.
She, on the other hand, is all about the money.
All right, 435 in evidence as redacted.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, Thug. And if you've seen my borderline
May 14th,
personality disorder videos, that's
2015,
actually common with
that text,
borderlines,
Michelle, please.
is to begin to look the way of their target. They have such a
Text of Mr.
poor
Deuters.
identity,
Need to
self-concept.
discuss the news helicopters hovering outside the house this morning. I'm ready to shoot a motherfucker. But don't worry, the monster is not involved. Correct?
I see that, yes.
And Miss Heard wasn't on that text, was she?
No.
Pull up Exhibit 196, please.
This seems so foolish. I don't really know what he's doing. Nobody's arguing these points. He's been vocal that he was in a bad place and he's gotten sober and clean. And why are we doing this?
This on page 2, please.
She copied his complete outfit, Thug for Life. Even so, today he's wearing like here he's got his hair in a ponytail. On Monday, her hair will be up in a ponytail.
Yeah. So it's Mr. Depp. I'd like to direct your attention to line 24. You can see in that left-hand column there, and this is a text message from you to Stephen Duders, your personal assistant.
She did, Jackie.
On October
I agree.
31st, 2013, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Romeo.
Move for admission, Your Honor, of just this page of the exhibit with just that text.
You can see you're sitting there going, you know what I need? Glasses. Maybe I would win if I had glasses. Hatred crime.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you ever going to
Welcome.
enter any other pages of this exhibit into evidence?
I'd like to reserve the right to
Then we'll call
to
this
do that.
196A.
Okay, thank you.
Just makes it easier for the record.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, no. I get that true crime, but it kind of became like a eloquent part of his vernacular to identify when I get drunk and messed up, I get crazy, and
in
then
this
it
text
became a
message
part
from
of the
you
lexicon.
to Mr. Duders on October 31st, 2013, you write, "Thanks. She thinks that my Peruvian period has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship." You see that?
Fashion File. Buy and sell pre-owned ultra-luxury handbags, watches, accessories, and jewelry.
Yes, I do.
The Peruvian period is a reference to cocaine, is it not?
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry, you said yes, it is?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Let's go to Exhibit 293, please. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the bottom text, which is a text from you to an unknown number on October 4th, 2014. You see that?
No lens in the frames.
Yes.
Yes, I see that.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of modified Exhibit 293 with just that redacted version. And we may use other parts of it, so I'd ask it to be 293A or 1.
Okay, we can make it A. Let's
Okay.
keep consistent. That's
All right.
293.
I forgot
What do you think, true crime curator? Do you think Johnny Depp looks bad, or do you think Amber Heard looks bad? If you think Amber looks bad, put a 2. If you think Johnny looks bad, put a 1.
All right, 293, maybe. There we go. All right. 293A in evidence
Shannon,
with redaction.
some of those texts were brutal, truly brutal. I'm with even
And in this text
even
message
like
on October
antisocial,
4th,
right?
2014, you text someone, it's unclear who.
Oh,
you
2,
say, "I'm
Cha Cha
going
says
to, quite
2,
gracefully,
Romeo
glide
says
into a
2, Southern
massage of my
Angel
broken
2.
back and neck.
See, you're
I
not
shall
on your
exit in 1
own,
hour, a
turquoise.
monster. Shall we each swallow an E each, parentheses, or perhaps it's MDMA, at around 8 p.m. and go to dinner with a few of my wee team at a wonderful Peruvian spot. Let us enjoy this night, my brother.
See
Let
how
us
he
reward
talks?
ourselves for the hard work and misery of the heat that we push ourselves to conquer every goddamn day. The shatter. Did I read that right?
You did.
And E here, that's a reference to ecstasy, correct?
It is.
Yeah, Amber loves ecstasy.
You would agree that you found drugs and alcohol at an early stage in your life, right?
I've certainly, yes, I did.
And you testified.
He wrote a book about it.
You had done just about every kind of drug there was by age 13 or 14, right?
15.
15. And you found that drugs are the only way to numb your pain, right?
They have always been a medicine for me, yes, a numbing agent.
And you said yesterday that, in fact, I think you said you take drugs to numb the demons, right?
I don't know that I said to numb the demons, but well, if I did say demons, it is to numb the residual pain that I carry from my youth.
Right. And one of your good friends that you've taken drugs with before is Marilyn Manson, right?
Yes, we've taken, we drank together.
And what was the point of bringing Marilyn Manson's name up?
We've had
Why do
cocaine
that?
Together, maybe a couple of times.
Pills, right? With Marilyn Manson?
I once gave Marilyn Manson a pill so that he would stop talking so much. Sorry.
All right.
That really made Amber Heard mad because she looked at the jury. I bet you they were laughing.
People that work for you, right?
I employ a lot of people.
You employ a lot of people that serve various roles in your life, right?
Yes, yes.
And at least some of those people will do anything you ask, including some of them supplying controlled drugs to you, correct?
I would not characterize those people as doing anything I want or anything I said. They're not the yes men that you'd like them to be.
Wayfair has everything I need to make my home totally me. Sometimes I'm a homebody, so cozy.
I'll tell you, it made me start to research the case against Manson a little
pick up
more.
your,
It's possible the
your
allegations
testimony
against
from the
him are
UK
also
trial.
untrue. Makes you
Turn
wonder.
to page 48, which is page 13 of the document, please.
Yes.
It does make you wonder. Alice Cooper, turns out he's a, really fairly normal guy, even though his stage persona was like Marilyn Manson. But Marilyn Manson's got some pretty horrific accusations against him right now.
Yes. Sorry. Yes, I've got it.
You got it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And if you could please take a look at
It is, Romeo.
page 48, line 15.
Page 48, line 15.
You just testified that they're not yes men, right? That was the testimony you just gave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On page 48, line 15 of your testimony in the UK, you were asked the question, they are people who will do what you ask. They will do anything you ask, including some of them supplying drugs to you, controlled drugs to you. Your answer was, there are people who work for me, work with me, who, yes, in the past, have been asked to provide whatever I have felt was necessary at the time. Question, well, putting it bluntly, if you wanted illegal drugs, controlled drugs, and you asked one of your staff, and I'm not going to name anybody particularly right now, that member of staff would provide you with those drugs if he could. Answer, at times, yes. Question, despite the fact that it was illegal? Answer, yes. Did I read that right?
You did.
Can we pull up exhibit 1085, please?
Amber is watching the jury, and she can she can see that they're really bored with all of this. Johnny is an alcoholic. Johnny uses drugs. They're bored with it. They've heard it all. They know he is, But this isn't about him being an
You've
alcoholic
seen
or
this
drug
picture
addict.
before,
It's
Mr. Depp,
about
right?
him being violent, a
Yes,
wife
I have.
beater.
Yes. And this is a picture that was taken in Miss Heard's former house or apartment on Orange Avenue after you two began dating, correct?
Yeah, Kapal. And how many of the jury drink and smoke weed?
Composition of the photograph is very interesting.
I think that's something we can agree on. Your Honor, move for admission of Exhibit 1085 and ask for permission.
No
to publish.
objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1085, publish in notes.
Lots of trials are televised,
This
Baby
picture,
J.
you recall, Mr. Depp, was taken in or around March of 2013 after you had fallen off the wagon, right?
These are public people. They don't mind if the story's out there. It's
sorry,
more
what
press
date?
for them.
March of 2013, I believe,
March
right?
2013.
Does that ring a bell?
If March 23rd, I had fallen off the wagon from when I was doing Lone Ranger, when Mr. Evans was with me when I was sober.
Okay.
But that was the whiskey that's on the table that was an average. Every day I would come home to her place and there would be a glass of whiskey waiting for me.
And you would sometimes drink whiskey in the mornings too, right? During this time period.
Isn't happy hour anytime?
And
look at Amber.
Cocaine, those white lines, those are cocaine.
Amber does not like his jokes, but you hear everybody laughing.
Yeah, and that's your cocaine that you kept in that box that says property of JD with the skull and crossbones, isn't it?
Well, the beautiful composition of the photograph would suggest that, certainly.
Yeah. You don't dispute that.
I don't see me in it.
No, but you don't dispute that you carried cocaine in that box that said property of JD. That was a special box that you carried cocaine.
And who took the picture, Amber?
The box was a gift from someone. I can't say that I carried cocaine in it, no.
You can't say that you carried cocaine in that box?
No, but it looks like it would fit some cocaine.
Look at Amber every time makes a joke. She looks at the jury and she's furious.
In my experience, normally given in plastic.
Oh yeah,
bags,
Teresa.
put it in a box
It's not
like
good.
that. Chances are very good you'll leave a trail of a long line of cocaine behind you. Walking down the street.
Why don't you go ahead and pull up your UK testimony, please? Let's look at page 2.
Yeah, she's smirky. Yeah, very smirky. Amber, it's okay to smile, girl. You're going to break your face. Right now, you look like Olga, the German nanny. Stop.
It's page 9 of the document.
For me, Dropbox is a seamless way of ensuring
tell
that
you
I have
something.
access to documents across my cell phone,
Long
my
Crime
iPad.
Network sure did load this up with commercials, didn't they? They're making a lot of money. I bet she laughed at all of his jokes in the beginning. You bet. Absolutely. That's that borderline thing. Line up, Amber. It's okay to smile. He's a funny guy.
That's my fault. It's day 2, so I owe you another transcript.
Nurse Ratchet. Yeah, absolutely. She's very stern and disapproving.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Okay, yes, sir.
We must remain serious, always. Do not laugh. You will only make him worse.
So this, and I apologize for that, Mr. Depp. This is.
She is,
page
Baby
9 of the
J.
document,
So serious.
Page 202
So
of the transcript.
serious.
This was day 2 of your testimony in the UK.
That was Heath Ledger as the Joker.
Yes, I see it. Page 202.
Yep. And on that, on page 202, you were asked a question. We'll have to work out what that was at a later stage, can you see in the front that there is a little box about 2 inches by 2 inches if we compare it to the size of the credit cards? Answer, yes. Property of JD with skull and crossbones on it. Yes, I do. That, I suggest, this is a question. That, I suggest, is your cocaine box. That is where you would keep your cocaine, a special box that you had. Answer, I do remember the box. Question, do you remember it now? Answer, yes. I did not remember the property of JD. Yes, that is a box. It was carrying cocaine in it. I would say I probably was then.
Marguerite,
did I read that right?
Yes.
If the plan was to sneak in additional evidence, it really backfired on them because the judge limited how much time each side is allowed, and it takes so long to redact so many documents.
And on the morning that this picture was taken
in the courtroom,
this was during the filming.
I think it was a bad decision on their part. I don't think they got any. His attorneys are really good. They're sharp.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, sure. This picture was taken while you were filming a documentary about Keith Richards, correct?
I'm sorry, the date again on this?
Do you remember that? I believe it was March 2000.
God, he's so rude, isn't he?
That
Should know better than I do.
seems about.
She's already unlikable. Her attorneys are doing her no favor.
Perfectly placed, yes.
Yeah. And you had an argument that morning in which you accused Amber of cheating on you. Do you remember that?
I believe Amber had an argument with me.
And you were using cocaine and drinking whiskey that morning. And as a result of that argument, you were late.
Me too, Christy.
Correct?
In fact, I was not late to the documentary. Well, I was late, but I had called my crew because it was a day of filming performance between, it was Keith Richards, Tom Waits, and some other very talented musicians. The only thing that needed to be done in terms of performance was capture the performance. So I wasn't needed on the set, so I could come in anytime I wanted.
Okay.
So let me make a comment about this idea that Johnny Depp is charming, that he's funny, but he's not going to win any judgments, right? I'm going to disagree a little bit with you about that. So if you're looking at the British trial and how that all was, the final determination for those lawsuits, you have to remember that he was the primary lawsuit was with the Sun. It was with a journalistic publication, right? And you were dealing with British law, which is dramatically different. In England, apparently, they allowed a lot of hearsay, a lot of conversational stuff that never would have been admitted into U.S. courts. Now, this is completely different, being in the United States, being in U.S. courts, but even more important, from a legal point of view and from the jury's psychology of what they're watching, you've got to remember that this is not Amber bringing a case against Depp. This is not an abused woman going after her abuser. This is Johnny Depp going after Amber. This is an abused man with some widely publicized fights and injuries. And immediately when Amber starts all of these accusations, he loses his agreements for doing things like Pirates of the Caribbean 5 and a couple of other movie scripts that were, in the works, that he had contracts and whatnot. So all of these recordings that were done are a really bad reflection on Amber Heard, really bad. And if this was a very short little trial, then you might get away with saying, oh, see what a bad guy Johnny is. He's just an undesirable, he drinks too much. He uses too many drugs. He uses too many cuss words. He does things like beat up walls and cabinets. He's an undesirable. So even if Amber's abusive and Johnny's abusive, he's much worse because of all of his addiction problems, right? That's not what's happening here. All that Johnny Depp has to do is prove the time frame, the relatedness of her inaccurate accusations with the loss of his work and income. He has to show that she had intentional malice when writing the article. Well, hell, the few recordings that they've already played have proven that she had intentional malice. She's illegally recording him. She sets up the camera, the phone. She sets the camera up and then begins to push him and push his buttons and waits until he's really, drunk or whatever and stirs up all these fights. When the history is then revealed, then, Johnny's got an alcohol problem. Johnny's got a drug problem. But it turns out that Amber does too. Amber likes wine and she drinks 2 bottles a day. And I would challenge you to take a look at her every day of this trial. Her face is very puffy. There is incredible amount of swelling underneath her eyes, which is related to kidneys and liver function. I'm betting she's drinking a lot every day after court. That's my guess. So she loves mushrooms. She likes ecstasy. She likes MDMA. She likes Xanax. And there's even a recording where Johnny is talking to her about not fighting, not arguing, being kind to one another. And then he says, "What is that?" And she says, "It's a Xanax. Yours is running, yours, the other one is wearing off." And he says, "Oh, I couldn't tell it was wearing off." But he takes the Xanax anyway. So she's supposed to be this knight in shining armor and this angelic, rescuer. Then explain to me why, when he's trying to come up with a solution and not argue, why is she suddenly giving him a drug that's going to basically make him go to sleep? So Amber's motivations and her actions are highly suspect, in my opinion. Now, related to him being charming and making people laugh and being silly, and all that, that jury, there are people on that jury that drink. There's more than one on that jury that may have an addiction themselves, or for sure they have somebody in their family that has an addiction. They're not going to respond to this like, "Oh, wow, he drinks too much and uses drugs. Oh, I bet he's guilty." No. In today's day and age, we've all had someone that we love dealing with these types of problems. And we recognize just because someone's dealing with an addiction, it doesn't mean that they go around hitting on their spouse. That is not what it means. And we know that's not what it means. So I'm thinking, and I think Amber also knows this, every time Johnny Depp makes a joke that makes everybody in the courtroom laugh, we're laughing here in social media world. We're laughing. The courtroom's laughing. What do you think that jury is doing? They feel good. And how many times have you guys heard me say, we don't really fall in love with people. We fall in love with the way we feel when we're with that special person, right? So if that holds true, and empirically it does, if that holds true, then Johnny Depp is making the jury feel good when they laugh and they think, oh my gosh, that was so cute, that was so funny, it's such a nice smile, and then they look over at Amber and she's literally rolling her eyes at the jury, is she making them feel good, or is she making them feel a little turned off by her? Is she kind of off-putting with her smirks and rolling her eyes, and all that? So remember what I've said. You've heard me say it 100 times. There's empirical research and peer-reviewed journals that back this up. And that is, we don't fall in love with people. We fall in love with the way we feel when we are with that person. And given a case where both of them drink, both of them use drugs, both of them are implicated in pushing or yelling or fighting or hitting, it may come down to, who does the jury like? It may, psychologically, that may be where they're at.
You just said that you were late, though, correct?
Oh, I was
just
yes.
testified. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And due to the argument, of course.
Sure.
Yes.
I'd like to shift gears a little bit now.
I loved Little House on the Prairie.
Let's not.
Cha-Cha Johnny, all the way.
Michelle, could you please pull up Exhibit 152?
I agree, Binkst. Off-putting. She's beautiful, no doubt, but her mannerisms are really negative.
Mr. Depp, these are various texts that you sent and received 2012. Do you see that?
Yes, seems to go from July to September.
Right. And we'll take them kind of piece by piece, I guess. I guess the first thing I'd like to do is take a look at the entries 1628. So that's about halfway down the page. It's a text exchange, a text from you to Stephen Duders, your personal assistant at the time, and then a text from him back to you.
Objection, Your Honor.
Are they?
Did I tell you I bought our car from Carvana?
Yeah, Ma.
It was so easy. I found the perfect car.
I don't think that this thing that she's got going on where she looks so angry and whatnot, I don't think it's going to serve her well during deliberations. And I think Amber is saying to her, this is not going well. This is not good. They like Johnny. And her attorney is saying, no, he's got a plan. Just stay with it. Just be calm. And I'm going to tell you, by the end of the day, she is pissed. She knows that they lost. She knows. They definitely lost this yesterday. Yesterday was not her day. Well, let me look at your comments. I thought they would be finished by now. It was telling when she taped him in the kitchen and then walked away smiling. She smiled and you could hear her laughing. She got him, you know. And why in the world did she say, "Oh, did you drink that whole bottle of wine this morning?" Because he was getting a glass from the cabinet. No, he didn't drink the whole bottle that morning. He was getting a glass, and that was the first glass that he poured. So it was a setup, just like he said about the picture with the cocaine and marijuana and stuff. He said, "Oh, the picture, it's a nice composition." He could tell that it was placed, that, you know, it was contrived. Like everything in her edit, she's completely, they even photoshopped some photographs and got caught. So yeah, she's not honest. She's not honest.
Agree with
That's
that?
fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
152 with redactions and evidence.
Seems that way, Lainey.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate
It seems that way.
Mr. Depp, we're going to take a look at two text messages here, or three text messages. On August 4th, 2012, you exchanged text messages with Stephen Duders. One from
That
you,
is
him, and
very
one from
nice
you.
bird
See
song. I love that.
Yes.
And Michelle, can you blow those up, please?
A bird on a branch is never.
In those text messages, you write to Mr. Duders, your personal assistant, "Yay, where is the little baggie you built in LA?" And he says, "Special baggie?
I'm the
I
same,
gave you
turquoise.
can in 1480 kitchen. Not sure where it went after that. Thought I heard you say something along the lines of, 'I know what to do with it!' Exclamation point. Did I read that right?"
You did, sir.
All right. Can you scroll down to the text on the bottom, please? This is a text, Mr. Depp, where you say, "I use marijuana a lot." 3 exclamation points. "I take pot." I read that right, correct?
Yes, you did.
And this is a text that you sent on September 11th, 2012. To just scroll over to the left, Michelle. This is a text that you sent to Brian Warner. Brian Warner's Marilyn Manson, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
He does, Shannon.
Let's pull up Exhibit 145, please.
Yeah, I think they're going to end up doing that hoppy. Y'all are so funny.
Mr. Depp, this is a series of text messages from you to and from various people in 2012, right?
Now it's all the way back to
Your Honor,
2012.
the text messages that I'd like to ask the witness about are the first 2. And then the
Want to join the 6-figure club? Google and other tech companies are hiring hundreds of thousands of workers in non-coding positions.
That's a pretty good sign that they don't have anything.
Just those first.
They have to just piecemeal little bits and pieces from each year. You know, if it's true that 2 years ago I became an abused woman, then just put your evidence out there and stop. But what he's doing here is just a monumental waste of time, I think. Oh, I'm so sorry, Gigi. You got lay on a heating pad, girl. Yeah, yes, it's staying up the whole time, Gigi. And I have another one right now that's private because I'm going to do some editing on it, but it'll be up later on tonight as well. But it's very short. It's only like 20 or 30 minutes. This one's going to end up being several hours, though.
Thanks, Michelle.
But I hope you get to feeling better, Gigi. Drink lots of water. If you're well hydrated, your back won't hurt so bad.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this text exchange, Mr. Depp, between you and Marilyn Manson on September 11th, 2012, you text him, "The pill and the plant stuff keep me calm and detached." And he texts you back, "I have lots of reefers, many reefers, and cookies, which are weird, but pot is funny, backwards gateway drug." You see that?
I agree, Cha-Cha.
Did I read that right?
You did.
You can take that down, Michelle, please.
Yeah, your husband
If you
finds
could
out
please
that
pull
you've
up
committed infidelity, so you begin to record him while he's crying and weeping.
Defendant's Exhibit
Ugh,
10,
horrible
8,
human being.
sorry,
Horrible.
1089,
Horrible person.
1089.
She's
Mr. Depp, I'd like to ask you about this photo. This is a photo of 4 pretty huge bags of marijuana, correct?
Yes, sir. That is a lot of marijuana.
A lot of marijuana. And the coffee cup that's right next to that, that's a coffee cup for your company, Infinitum Nile, right?
That's correct.
And the furniture, this is taken in one of your residences?
It's taken in the studio, the recording studio.
In the recording studio.
this
okay.
is so pointless.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 1089, Defendant's Exhibit 1089, and
No.
permission to publish.
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
1089 evidence.
It's like, okay, Johnny Depp
So
likes
this picture
drugs.
of these 4 giant bags of pot, at least 4, was taken in your recording studio. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Say it again.
Take that down, Michelle.
He told him on the first day that he's on the stand that marijuana is his drug of choice.
Mr. Rottenborn, just-
Sure, the break would be fine.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and take our morning recess at 15 minutes.
Thank
So
God.
just don't talk to anybody, don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can release. We'll come back at, let's make 11:33, okay? 11:33?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we can go right through this and magically
All right.
be finished with the break.
Your next question?
Mr. Depp, contrary to what maybe we've heard, the jury's heard earlier in this trial, you became aware many times over the course of your life about your sister Christy's concerns about your drug consumption, correct?
Unbelievable.
Many times in my life.
Yes.
Unbelievable. Horrible waste of time.
Ask her that. I'm not aware that she was concerned for the period of my life.
Well, in fact, your sister's had a number of worries about your drug consumption over many, many years.
His sister
that you've become aware of, correct?
Said that, she was worried about it, but that it never interfered with his work.
Since your youth. Sorry. Since your youth.
He's putting words in her mouth. Her testimony did not reflect what he just said.
My sister has not been necessarily privy to every single, let's say, move that I've made, whether it be where you'd like me to go with the
For me, Dropbox is a seamless way of ensuring that I have access to documents across
I
my cell
apologize
phone.
for the commercials.
Drug dependency or whatever. She's been a concerned sister in every way. That even having to do with relationships that I was in that she was quite worried about.
Right, right. And I wasn't asking about relationships. What I was asking
No, I
is,
know. I was just.
let's do it this way, given
All
your
right.
testimony. Let's turn to day 2 of the UK trial. The transcript is in front of you, please.
You know, it's so interesting how her team matches her unpleasantness, and his team matches his kind of dignified, you know, demeanor when he's sober. Definitely not dignified when he's intoxicated. Yeah, I think it's a big mistake what Amber Heard's team is doing. They got to remember, this is going to come down, not who's right and wrong. This is going to come down to who is the jury going to identify with.
That was.
That's what it's going to come down to.
Thank you.
And on line 11, are you there? Do you have the document up?
Online?
No, I'm sorry. Is it in your hand? Okay, great.
Yes.
On page or line 11 of page 279, you were asked a question. Question: did your sister express anxiety to you about your drug intake at around this time? Your answer: my sister Christy has over many, many years, since my youth, had a number of worries about my consumption growing up. Yes, she talked to me many times over the course of my life. And yes, with Miss Heard, we did speak about it.
Get in your bed.
I think she and Miss Heard's ability to speak to one another stopped not long after this. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
When you first started seeing Amber, you had you filmed the Rum Diary, but then you went a couple years without being involved, and then you saw each other on the press tour for the movie, right?
That's correct.
And when you first started seeing her after that couple year period of not seeing her, you had just been checked out of a New York hospital where you had been for a couple days to fight alcohol use, correct?
Yes.
And you were drinking, you were abusing alcohol toward the end of your relationship with your prior partner, Vanessa Paradis, correct?
I was drinking.
You were drinking pretty heavily.
Were you there?
It's my question to you, sir.
No, I wasn't drinking that heavily.
Let's turn to the
No,
UK.
he was having an affair.
What you define as heavily, sir.
With your client.
Let's just look at what you said before. Let's go to page 116 of the UK transcript, please. This would be in day 1.
116. Yes, sir. 116 it was, yes.
Yeah, 116 down onto 117. Okay. On 116.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go get a Diet Coke.
Line 18. The question is, I think one of the problems in that relationship was your alcohol and drug addiction, misuse, if you prefer that word. Answer: I would definitely say towards the end of my relationship with Miss Paradis, the mother of my children, it was a very painful time to break up with someone that you have been with for 14 years and that you have 2 children with. So it was a very painful time, and I was more than likely trying to numb myself as much as possible. Question: am I right in saying that you agree that you were abusing alcohol and drugs, but you have explained why? Answer: I would say that I was abusing alcohol. I do not know that I was abusing drugs, but I was abusing alcohol for sure. Yes. Did I read that right?
You did.
And there was a time in the early stages of your relationship with Amber when you explained to her that you weren't drinking alcohol at that time because you had a problem with your liver, correct?
Yes, there was. Yeah, there was concern over the numbers, as they call it, over my about my liver.
And you shared that with Amber, right?
Yes, I did.
And Amber, early on in your relationship, throughout your relationship, she didn't love the fact that you were drinking and using drugs, correct? You've testified to that many times, right?
Objection calls for speculation as to what is in Ms. Heard's mind.
I was saying this to that point,
Sure.
if you want to rephrase.
You understood that Ms. Heard was not happy with you overusing alcohol or overusing drugs, correct?
From the very beginning?
Yeah, she was trying to be supportive of your sobriety, correct?
No, sir.
No. Okay. Let's look at Exhibit 182, please.
I see the Mountain Collective for the best views.
Adventure is calling. It's just around the corner from sunrise to sunset and border to border.
Are we in day 2 now? Or is this?
No, sorry. This is an exhibit.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you can set that to the side, sir. Thank you. This is an email from exchange from you between you and Elton John in 2013, July 2013. Correct?
Correct.
And the second email down is an email that you sent to Elton John at 5:05 in the afternoon on July 13th, 2013. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 182 and permission to publish.
So there's redactions that need to be done.
Yes, Your Honor, there's some email addresses in here, and I would ask that the portions that are not Mr. Depp's also be redacted as well.
All right.
That's fine.
Okay. So no objection with those redactions. Is that correct? Okay. Let's just get those redactions.
Yeah, the wind's not too bad. That's okay.
But like he said, once he's out.
Oh, that looked like Patrick.
That covers the redactions, Your Honor.
May I just have a moment to read?
Of course.
No objection with the proper redaction. Thank
All
you.
right. 182 in evidence with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this is an email that you sent to Elton John, July 13th, 2013. And Michelle, could you scroll down to the third paragraph up from the bottom?
He is battered, Birdsong. Absolutely.
Hey,
Hey, Joan, welcome. I'm glad to see you.
And in that paragraph, you write,
I agree,
on the other
Birdsong.
side of the coin, my kids have fallen head over heels in deep love with Amber, my girl. And that pressure off my shoulders is fucking gone. That is, until the French extortionist, parentheses, ex-cunt, attempts to brainwash them against her, which I'm sure is imminent. I read that right, didn't I?
You did read that very well.
And the when you referred to the French extortionist and called her an ex-cunt, you were referring to Vanessa Paradis, the mother of your children, correct?
Yes, sir. Things got a little
You can take
tight
that down.
at that point.
Yeah, they did, because you committed infidelity, and people don't like that. They, that was her family that you and Amber destroyed. So she got mad and probably was not nice to him, and so he says things that are not nice about her. That drama is played out everywhere, every day. I would guess that some of you guys have been through that
portions of this
excruciating nightmare of infidelity, right? Divorce. It's awful.
I'm going to ask you about are the top 3 messages. These are messages.
It certainly doesn't prove that he's a wife beater.
I believe on February 4th, 2014, correct?
I'm glad you're here, Joan. We hadn't been online at the same time in a long time.
His daughter.
What's the legal objection?
Hey, Mississippi, how are you?
First of all, I was just asking if that was what it was, but may we approach?
Okay.
I thought Johnny Depp was, in his younger years, so beautiful, right? Like model kind of beautiful. His face structure and, the skin tone. I mean, he was just gorgeous guy. And, now he's kind of a mess, really. But he's kind of like the grunge king, those people that are into all the grunge music and everything, which is what he plays. He fits that scene. But they did have a video of him in Australia where he had to address the state of Australia and apologize for bringing their dogs. And he was clean shaven. And I was thinking, gosh, you want to clean up because you're so handsome without,
Mr. Depp, you understood.
I'm probably just showing, personal,
The last few years before Amber, that.
Anyway, he's
the
handsome
fasting
guy.
mimicking diet is exactly what it says. It is a diet that makes your body believe that it is fasting while you still have the ability to.
I think when he shaved, I think he looked a little bit like Elvis Presley.
You weren't around for them, and that all changed when Amber came into your life, correct?
Objection.
He is, Nancy. Absolutely.
Just asking what he's aware of.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, his tattoos.
It's crazy. One more time, please.
You're aware that. Sure. You're aware that the last few years before you started dating Amber, that there was a perception by your kids that you weren't around, and that all changed when Amber came into your life.
God.
This is not exactly the truth, what you're trying to put forth.
No, I'm just asking if you were aware of my question, that there was a perception that you weren't around for the last couple of years before Amber, and that changed when Amber came into your life. That's all I'm asking.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
There were extenuating
I'm not
circumstances.
sure if he's answered. For that objection, I'll overrule that objection.
Of course, you'll overrule that. Clearly, this judge is erring in favor of Amber, and I don't know if that's because she's technically the defense side, but most of the objections were sustained from her team, but now they're being overruled. Johnny's team is being overruled. But what I wanted to comment on is that you notice that even just if you consider just today's testimony that we've been watching together, you notice that it is a rare moment that he disagrees with what the attorney is presenting, right? He just says, yes, that's right. I did it. Yes, you're right. And he was like that yesterday or day before yesterday as well. And so, when he comes out right here at this point and he says, no, what you're presenting, that is not right. The jury is going to hear that. They've gotten accustomed in the last 2 days. They've gotten accustomed to no argument from Johnny Depp. He's not arguing with his attorney. So when he now says, actually, no, this is not right, they hear him. And it's not really going to matter what the attorney says, because the attorney's just sort of like the speaker that the music comes out of. They don't attribute any kind of wisdom or knowledge that they attribute to the attorney. It's the messaging that's coming from the speaker. And so here is like the first time in 2 days that they've heard Johnny Depp say, no, actually, this is wrong. And they're going to remember this, that this is going to matter to them. And they're more likely than not to believe him just because he's been so agreeable for the past 2 days. His credibility has gone up by agreeing with the attorney, not arguing with the attorney, accepting, yeah, actually, I do drink a lot. I do smoke a lot. I do take pills. For the jury, they now look at him like, oh, he's not going to try to rewrite history. He is owning it. And so when now, after he's earned their trust, now he says, no, that actually is not true. Now they hear him. And this is related to his children. So this is very important.
You're also aware that there was a perception, you were made aware that Lily Rose believed that Amber was a good influence on you and changed you for the better, correct?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm just asking for what his understanding is.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's move on.
Very brief.
You don't have
period.
to, you don't have to answer that question. I sustain the objection.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. Next question.
Jackie.
You're aware of the lengths that Miss Heard
She's
went
sour
to care for you when you were impaired on drugs or alcohol, correct?
You'd have to be specific.
Okay,
Specific,
let's be specific. Sorry, can you please pull up?
She's
Exhibit
looking at Johnny
839?
Depp.
Your Honor, this is a recording.
When her eyes move to the right of the
plan to
camera, she's
play-
looking at the jury.
6 minutes and 55 seconds through 7 minutes and 29 seconds.
Is this a recording we already have?
Yeah, it's already been
don't-
admitted.
I
It was admitted yesterday.
I don't believe so, but I'm not.
Yes, it was. You admitted the whole thing.
8:39.
The defendant's 839.
Is there any objection to that audio recording?
I don't believe, assuming this is an audio recording between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. then
Female
no.
Chucky.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And so no objection to it being entered in evidence, correct?
That's
And
correct.
it's full content, but we're just playing a portion of it. Is that
That's
correct?
exactly
Okay.
right.
All right,
Yep.
8:39 in evidence then. Okay.
Yep.
And permission to play the clip mentioned to the jury.
Okay, I assume there's no objection. That's fine. Go ahead.
Next to the door, if I could hear you snoring, please, if you vomited, I could call EMS if you ever stop snoring. Because if I was gonna die. I thought you choked on your own vomit, which is very likely with you.
Really?
Yes, very
But I
likely.
vomit a lot.
Yes.
What?
Yes, you do vomit a lot. In your sleep, even more.
Good.
Oh, it's news to you? Then this is affecting you a lot more than I thought it was.
Gaslighting. Gaslighting. That is the dumbest thing to say. This man doesn't know if he vomits. He may not know when he vomits, like when it happens, but when he wakes up, he's going to be saying, why is my pillow dirty? Right or wrong? Why are my clothes dirty? Why do I have this dry stuff on my cheek or my chest or my neck or my back?
Can you please pull up the?
That was gaslighting. She knew the recording was rolling. That was gaslighting, and he sounded intoxicated. He was just like, oh,
Your Honor, may we
I
approach
vomit a
briefly?
lot. He was probably drunk or messed up. Totally gaslighting. Totally Jodi Arias. Thank you, Tina Baker. Allegedly Jodi Arias. Amber Dearest, not Mommy Dearest, right? Oh, she's got such a sad, look how sad she is. So sad.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this picture as being a picture of you?
Yes, Miss Heard kindly showed it to me the day after she took it, yes.
Okay. This picture.
She's a peach.
I'd move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1094 and ask for permission to publish, Your Honor.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
How are you, Angie? It's good to see you.
Black leather couch, passed out, correct?
Passed out's an interesting way of putting it. Maybe asleep.
Where is it? What does it?
That's in Boston.
I'm sorry?
That was in Boston when I was doing Black Mass.
In Boston. And that's ice cream on your lap, correct?
It is indeed. Ms. Heard asked me to hold the ice cream as she noticed that I was on the nod. That means falling asleep from the 17-hour day that I'd worked and also the opiates that I'd ingested. And if you'll notice, my right hand is in my pocket. So I wasn't participating in the festival of ice cream.
Okay.
I was holding her ice cream, and because she knew what was going to happen.
Yeah, she's setting him up. She's setting him up, and then records it.
I don't know why she took it.
Well,
you know
so
why
it's Ms.
she
Heard's
took it,
fault
Johnny.
that
She wanted your
that picture
money.
was taken. Is that what you're saying?
Allegedly.
She snapped it.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about this because you say you were in Boston. This is when you were filming Black Mass.
Yes.
And you testified that was kind of the last film that you did when you were taking opiates, right?
Yes, it was right before the the trip to the island.
And you testified yesterday that opiates, you don't take opiates to get high, right? You've testified to that on a couple different occasions, correct?
You certainly can take opiates to get high. If I doubled the dose, then I would most assuredly be ready for sleep.
Right.
That's not a blackout. That's
sure. So if you double the dose,
I would guess Xanax, something to keep her from getting mad during the testimony.
Well, the high is it's a extreme downer.
Yeah, it's not a high. It's intoxication.
That's its job.
Right, and for that reason, I believe you testified yesterday or two days ago. It's not like you take those pills to get high. You remember giving that testimony, correct?
You go to sleep if you get
I said
intoxicated by
it's
opiates.
not like I took the pills to get high. I took the pills to be normal, to stay normal. So that I
To
wouldn't
keep
get
from being sick.
Please.
What number did you say? I'm sorry.
Defendant's Exhibit 866.
But I also believe that I said that I asked Nurse, or I told Nurse Debbie that I had told her that I needed more than I actually took because I always wanted to have one or two in my pocket just in case the kick started.
If you could take a look at the
You see her rolling
text
her
at
eyes.
the top of that
Oh,
page,
girl. You should be
it's a
trying to
text-
look
text exchange
sympathetic,
between
not
you
look
and
like a
Aaron
bee.
Borum. Aaron Borum, you testified as one of Dr. Kipper's nurses.
That will be
right?
very interesting, JR. And we don't know
And
yet
this
if
is a
she's
text
actually going to
exchange that you had
testify.
with her in August and September 2016, correct?
And that's where he was at, Elizabeth.
So I'm looking for the, oh, yes. Which one are we looking at here?
The
Up at the
top
top.
three. And in the first, she tells you that she's watching Black Mass for the third
Yes.
time, right?
So August 30th, yes.
Yep. And Your Honor, I'd move for, I'd like to admit this exhibit 866 and permission to publish, please. And particularly, I'm talking about the top three texts.
So redacting the other text, just the top three texts and the
Yes, Your
information.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we have no objection, but we would ask that the fourth text message be included as well as context.
Sure.
And obviously the phone number is redacted as well.
Of course.
Let's get that up.
So the oxycodons, just to address what he's talking about being on the nod and not taking the pills to get high. Let me just give you a little bit of insight. A roxicodone is the opiate with no other type of medication like a Tylenol or Advil. If you take oxycodone, you're getting Tylenol with that, acetaminophen. If you take hydrocodone, you're getting acetaminophen or ibuprofen mixed in with the pill. But a roxicodone was developed specifically for people who were in either long-term chronic pain management, where their opiate, where their daily morphine units were very high, higher than like 40 morphine equivalent per day, or 50 or more. Or somebody that had cancer and they were dying and required a really high dose of opiate for pain relief. So roxicodones are not prescribed typically for just, a broken leg. For a roxy to be administered, that's normally a person who has an established tolerance built up to opiates. It starts with, this is an enormous dose. It starts with the smallest roxy that can be prescribed is the equivalent of 15 milligrams of oxycodone. Okay, so that's a Percocet. Oxycodone is Percocet. OxyContin is the long time released version of a Percocet. So you don't get like an intense high and then the medicine's gone. It just gives you a little bit all day long, right? So 15 milligrams of oxycodone, you and we're down for the count. We're going to be snoring for hours, and we'll wake up. We're probably going to have a headache and be dehydrated and basically feel like crap. It also comes in a 30 milligram dose of oxycodone, not hydrocodone. 30 milligram, and I'm telling you right now, if I took 30 milligrams or you took 30 milligrams and we had no tolerance built up to opiates, it would kill us. We would overdose. It would cause our brain to stop breathing, stop telling us to breathe. So he's taking 2. And I don't know if that means he's taking 2 15s or if he's taking 2 30s. And with his description of what the withdrawals involved, I think he was taking 2 of the 30 milligrams. I think he had developed a monster habit. And he said that he took the pills. He thought between 7 and 10 years, couldn't remember exactly. And there was a never-ending supply of them. So if he wanted them, he took them. What he's trying to tell this attorney and the jury is, if you're going to take 15, 20, 30 milligrams of oxycodone, you're not partying. You're not having fun. Like, you're not up talking to people and being all active and crazy and fun. You're asleep. You're completely knocked out. Like, the house could fall down around you and you wouldn't wake up. So this guy's saying, oh, you wanted to get high and it makes you angry and it makes you fight. No, you're going to take that much oxycodone, you're sleeping. And so this is what he's trying to, thank you. This is what he's trying to tell this attorney, but the attorney is rude and he's not dignified. He's not allowing Johnny Depp the dignity to explain the reality of what he was living. And I fault Johnny Depp's team for dropping the ball on this, but I felt like that there should have been an objection that the attorney is testifying. And they didn't. In fact, this team really didn't interrupt much at all. So maybe they want this out there. Maybe it's going to be directly relevant when it comes time to addressing Amber. Maybe that is going to be relevant. But anybody that has, somehow been a part of, you have somebody you loved or know that have experienced this idea. And I think I saw a couple of people in the chat mention it, that at some point, these people develop such a high tolerance that they're not even really getting high anymore. It just becomes a matter of taking the medicine so that they're not sick, just having the medicine just to be normal. Then it would take 2 or 3 times that normal dose to get them back to where they could sleep all day, be on the nod, that kind of thing. So, but again, the attorneys, Amber's team is just as unpleasant as she is. And I'm going to ask you this question, okay? If you hear people talking and you see one person interrupt the other person and won't let them finish their statement, does it make you uncomfortable? Like physically, I mean. Don't you feel a little embarrassed for the person that's been interrupted, that you kind of feel like you want to be protective? Okay, that jury is having the same reaction. So every time he interrupts Johnny Depp, every time he talks down to him, Johnny Depp is identifying, or the jury is identifying with Johnny Depp. The jury is going to begin to look at this attorney like he is the enemy. And it doesn't matter at the end of the day who's right and who's wrong. What matters is when they go to the jury room and they begin to have discussions about this, who are they going to be aligned with? Jose Baez is a genius at getting the jury to align with him or with his client. He's a genius at it. And he's got many cases that people were certain was going to be either a guilty verdict or not guilty verdict, and they end up not guilty. Dr. Husel, he was just found not guilty last week. This huge win, huge, maybe bigger than Casey Anthony, because it was the first precedent-setting case of a doctor beating the DEA, getting the DEA out of the doctor's office, telling doctors how they can treat their patients. It was that case with Jose Baez and Dr. Husel that will be used in trials that are going to be firing up over the next year all over this country. The doctors are fighting back. Chronic pain patients have started filing lawsuits. Everybody is saying, you're letting fentanyl come pouring in over the border. It's killing people left and right. And yet you won't let a physician prescribe a codeine 3. Right? A Tylenol 3. So there's been an enormous number of suicides, chronic pain people, older people that can't live in the pain that they're experiencing when they get cut off from the medication that helps them lead, at least a comfortable life. But they say, oh, it's addictive. And yet the horrible addictive stuff coming in over the border is coming freely. So Jose Baez, genius at aligning with the jury, getting the jury to side with his client on a people level, with an identity, identifying. And right now in this case so far, this jury is identifying with Johnny Depp, and we know that because they're laughing at his jokes. Amber looks at them, they start laughing, she gets furious. I know, Beth. And if it's Johnny, if it's Amber Heard's team, it's, you know, the judge can't say sustained fast enough, right?
That's
No
fine.
objection.
Yeah, okay. 866 in evidence with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could you blow up that third text? Starts with "you are the sweetest," please. And in this text to Miss Borum, after she's telling you that she's watching Black Mass for the third time in a row, you write, "I was high as a motherfucker when I made that film. Ha ha ha." You see that? Did I read that right?
Yes, you did read that right.
Now, you can take that down. You've trashed hotel rooms before simply because you've had a bad couple days and an unpleasant time, correct?
I have assaulted a couch or two. Yes, sir.
You'd agree that at times in your life you've expressed yourself through destructive behavior.
Yes.
And you'd agree that at times when you were angry, you smashed things up, right?
More in my confused sort of youth, yes.
And you said in an interview one time, you said the following quote, "You know, you have bad days and, you know, some guys go play golf. Some guys, you know, smash hotel rooms." You've said that before, right?
It was
It's just a yes or no question. You've said that before, right?
I've said it as a joke.
And
yes.
you believe that if something feels stronger than you, that it's a human reflex to smash something or throw something against the wall or punch a door, correct?
I don't believe that I'm the only human being that's ever punched a door or broken something in an internal bout with myself. No,
you
I
believe
don't believe
that
I'm
that's
unique in that way.
You believe that that's something that happens when you get frustrated, right? And that it's a mini explosion that comes and goes quickly. You agree with that, right?
When I was younger, it was a little bit more accessible, if you will.
Okay. Let's pull up Exhibit 143, please. Can you scroll down? This is an email exchange between you and Stephen Duders, your personal assistant, in April of 2019. You see that?
Yes.
And it's 2 pages, I believe. So let's go to the second page, please. Or the bottom of right there. And you see that on April 19th, 2012, you wrote him, "I got drunk and destroyed my room. There are hookers and animals in here." Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
Your Honor, permission to, or I'd like to move for admission of defendant.
That was a joke. He made it. That was a joke he was making.
As long as the email addresses are redacted, we have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, just redacting the email addresses, but the full content comes in, is that correct?
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
I'll just make sure I got this straight. Okay. Redact identifiers. All right. Is it you agree with
Let's
that?
just, can we just, let's make sure that that's the only, is that the only email address?
All right.
Okay.
Wait a minute, could you go down to the second page again?
Go down to the second page, please.
Can we just see the top again?
Let's go to the top.
The top of the
The
first
top
page,
of the first
please.
page. Thanks.
Okay.
In
Thank
fact,
you.
is it-
No objection? Okay.
Do you mind if I read this, or are you going
Right.
to read this to me?
One,
We're gonna take a look at it.
all right, 143 in evidence, you can.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you scroll down, Michelle? So you write to Mr. Duders, I got drunk and destroyed my room. There are hookers and animals in here. And then if you scroll up, he writes simply, watch out for Mike Tyson. Have you num-nummed? Correct. And then you write, don't want nummies. Thank you. Is it okay to put on a condom after the fact? I mean, if I just the rest of the day, like that animals, there's blood in animal tracks.
Use it.
He's
And
making a
you are
joke.
currently in a lawsuit for assaulting a crew member on the set of one of your movies in July 2018, correct?
Yes, someone brought a case against me.
Right. A man by the name of Greg Rocky Brooks is suing you for allegedly
Objection,
punching
Your
him
Honor.
twice in the
Relevance
rib.
and
All right,
403 and 404.
This is what was the movie? Remember where they went to Las Vegas and they all got drunk? They woke up. There was a tiger in the room and a baby. What was it? Oh damn! Come on, somebody's got to remember. I can't be the only one with dementia. Who was it? Leave Johnny alone. Right, Lainey, I'm with you. Hangover. Yes. That's what he was referring to, right? That's why they bring up Mike Tyson, and it wasn't real. There weren't hookers in his room. It was a joke. He was making a joke. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Yeah, they shouldn't have heard that Murphy's Law. I agree.
Mr. Depp, I'm not going to ask you any questions about the particulars of that lawsuit.
It doesn't matter. It
But
shouldn't have ever
other
come
than
in.
this, the two bodyguards who were with you on the set of the movie on the day that's the subject of that lawsuit were Sean Bett and Jerry Judge, correct?
That's correct.
It's so wrong what they're doing to this guy.
Your Honor, can we please take the exhibit?
Sure, yeah, we can
that's
take that down.
available down.
Thank you. I'd like to shift gears and talk about Hicksville. You remember taking a trip to a place called the Hicksville Trailer Palace in late May 2013, correct?
I do indeed. How could I forget?
And the people, it's like a little mini trailer resort out near Palm Springs, Joshua Tree area.
That's correct.
All right. And the people that were there with you on that trip were Amber, her sister Whitney, right? A woman by the name of Christy Sexton, right?
Oh, yes. Okay.
Rocky Pennington.
Yes.
Right. Someone named Kelly Sue Milano, or Kelly Sue Eater.
You got me.
You remember Kelly Sue, right?
I don't remember a Kelly Sue.
Okay. Well, in fact, Kelly Sue, you recall, was sitting close to Amber, and you thought she was being affectionate toward her. You'd agree with that, right?
Sitting close is not the description I would give it myself.
Well, you just testified you didn't remember someone named Kelly Sue, but I'm putting it to you.
Well, I
you remember someone named Kelly Sue who was sitting close to Amber and being affectionate, and you took exception to that, didn't you?
I wasn't aware that her name was Kelly Sue. Terribly sorry about that. I didn't know her name, but it was someone I'd never seen before who had clearly taken some happy something, and was very affectionate with my girlfriend.
And so you removed Kelly Sue's hand from Amber, and you yelled at Kelly Sue and told her that Amber was your girl, right?
That's not correct.
That's not correct?
No, sir. Not in the way that you're saying it.
That Amber, wait a minute, no sleep till Brooklyn. Amber showed up at Kevin Costner's trailer naked?
I think it's not.
Well, Mr. Depp, it's not a matter of how I said it, it's a matter of how you've said it. So let's take a look at page 239 of the UK transcript, please. This will be day 2.
229?
239.
239.
Page 18.
They actually are a Sky's World. There's been a resurgence of people watching Pirates of the Caribbean, and it was called No Sleep Till Brooklyn. Well, but you know what? I think the
Sorry. That's all right. A lot of papers.
I think the pattern for Amber is that she goes for these older actors that are really successful, have a lot of money, right? That's fairly suspect for a 20-year-old to be going after old men.
239.
And she's a lesbian.
22. You're being asked
So
a question about
what's her interest in these older men?
You're asked a question.
It's very
How
odd.
did you deal with that uncomfortable situation?
Where are you reading from, sir? I'm sorry.
Page 239, line 22.
22, okay.
Yeah. You got it?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to tell you, Blink,
Question.
he
How
is
did you
so
deal with that
charming.
uncomfortable situation. Answer. I removed Miss Kelly Sue's hand from Miss Heard's body, and I told her, do not do that. That, first of all, that is my girl. Second of all, it is rude and invasive. She was quite glassy-eyed, and she seemed pretty unsure of her surroundings. She seemed very unstable on her feet, and I remember saying to her, if you were going to take this drug, MDMA, you should know if you were able to handle it or not. Correct? Did I read that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and that's not what the attorney
after
said.
This, incident, you went back into the trailer that you and Miss Heard were sharing, and you had a big argument, right?
Yes, there was an argument.
And the argument started about Kelly Sue, correct?
I don't
Amber was
recall.
unhappy with your reaction to her and what happened, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection if you could rephrase.
You had an argument with Miss Heard, and you understood her to be upset with the way that you had handled that situation with Kelly Sue, correct?
I mean, I recall that that was a part of the argument, but as I had told Ms. Heard, I was sorry if this, I mean, I was protecting Ms. Heard's honor, and I was protecting my girl from someone who was clearly unable to deal with the substances that she'd taken. Right. She was a little forward.
And I know that there will be differing accounts of what happened in that trailer over the course of this trial, but you would agree with me, Mr. Depp, that at a minimum, you smashed up a bathroom sconce during that argument, correct?
Yes, sir. I punched a bathroom sconce right by the mirror.
And apologies if we've already covered this, but this trip was in late May 2013.
I don't recall.
Okay. If you could pull up Exhibit 181, Michelle, this has already been admitted into evidence this morning, Your Honor.
181? No, I don't have 181 in evidence.
Did we not?
I agree, Gigi.
you know what?
Help the guy,
that.
give him a barf
Sorry.
bucket,
So
and get out of the way, right?
Yep, that's right. Yeah, we haven't looked at this one yet this morning. Mr. Depp, I'm going to ask you about the third text down.
That's the point, Elizabeth. They can talk all day long about him drinking and using drugs. They haven't proven not one time that he was violent to her, not once. And her comment was that that she was married to a wife beater.
Yes.
Okay. And then above that, there's a
and
text message
they've not
exchange,
proven anything even
between
remotely
you and
close.
your sister Christy on July 10th, 2013.
Yeah, Bling, I think he has totally charmed everybody on that jury.
Yeah.
No, I have no doubt
Your Honor,
about that.
I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 181 with of just those 3 texts.
No objection, Your Honor, with the proper redaction.
I think it was worse than that, Lainey. I think she was being very calculating and intentionally pushing his buttons. I think she was looking for a lawsuit. I think that was the whole point of all the craziness.
I'm sorry.
A Me Poo party? That was actually trending on Twitter one day.
The top 3.
Thank you. Yes.
She did the beating. Yeah, that was recorded, Painted Black. You're right. And they were calling her Amber Turd. And then there was a hashtag defamation, which I thought was really creative. Yeah, he's lost the jury. You and I are bored with this. So the jury is bored. They know he drinks. They know he uses drugs. They know he likes to beat up cabinets and walls. What has not been proven is that he is beating her. That's what's not proven.
No objection.
But it's proven that he leaves, when the fighting starts, he goes to a new place.
Let's take a look at the text that you sent to Paul.
They've
Bettany
proven
on
that
July
he
11th.
leaves
You could pull
because
that
he
up,
does
please,
not
Michelle.
want to be in a fight or an altercation. She admits that she hits him and calls him bad names because he won't hit her.
To Hicksville.
She says it's normal to fight.
Yeah, there we go.
No, this is
If you go
definitely
to the
proven
second
she's the
paragraph,
abuser.
or the kind of the 4th line down, you write to Mr. Bettany, missing you and yours.
That's
in a
right,
late
Carol.
hour
Protecting
dangle on
boundaries, right?
You may have to drink for me. I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on a recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad, oh, how I love it. Did I read that right?
You did.
That's right, Lainey.
If you go up, please, this is a text message from exchange between you and Christy, in which Christy texts you, she wants to talk to me. She doesn't know what to do. Loves you, but doesn't know always what to do. She's worried about it all. And you write to her, it was not pleasant today. I wasn't aware she had another goddamn photo shoot tomorrow. That's really why she fucking left. I don't need
Baby J
and her fucking ambition.
It is Johnny Depp
what you wrote
is suing Amber
sister
Heard
about
for
Amber
defamation
on
of
July 10th,
character.
2013. Did I read that right?
You did.
I'd like to turn to, you can take that down, Michelle. I'd like to turn to the Boston plane flight that we've talked about a little bit in the trial.
Yes.
The night before the flight, and sorry if we covered some of this, but just to orient the jury to the sequence of events, the night before the flight, Miss Heard was in New York.
That's what I think. Happy.
You were picked up in Boston by private jet. So the jet that you chartered picked Miss Heard up along with Savannah McMillan, and then flew to Boston and picked you up along with some other people. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then all of you flew back to Los Angeles.
That's correct.
And the night before that you were due to meet up to take this plane flight, you and Miss Heard had a heated discussion on the phone about scenes that she was doing in a movie with James Franco, right?
I don't recall what the argument was about. There are many to.
Let's go to page 293 of your UK transcript, please.
Yes.
That's what it looks like, Joan. Yeah. He is funny, Nancy. I'm going to tell you one of the big overriding for me as well on this question of, is Johnny Depp the abuser that Amber Heard claimed that he was in this op-ed that was, published in the Sun. I'm going to say that there is a important factor that's undisputed that hasn't been brought up yet. And they got a long way to go. They're saying this thing is going to last like 10 weeks, and they're 2 weeks into this. But I think for me, one of the big markers that would say, no, this is not an abuser. This is not a guy that's engaging in systematic abuse and whatnot. He's not comfortable in the role of being violent. He moved in some of Amber's friends. That he had the whole top floor of the apartment, the penthouse, and there were actually 5 penthouses on that top floor. And so he and Amber lived up there, and then one of his friends, and then some worker. And then her friends moved into a couple of the penthouses. So does that make sense? What we know about domestic abuse, would he welcome her friends to come and live like in this kind of communal living on the top floor? Or would the goal of an abuser be to isolate her from her friends first and from her family? And then once she's isolated, then that's when the beatings begin. They limit the money that they give, right? There's a lot. They have to control the person that they're hurting. There's a lot more evidence that she was very active in destroying his friendships. She was very, very active in destroying the relationship between he and his daughter and his son. She was actively interfering with his business partners, interfering with the roles that he was hoping to get. There's a lot more kind of environmental truth that she kind of falls into some of those stereotypical behaviors far more than he does. He let her friends move to his penthouse. They paid no money, none. They took 2 of the penthouses, moved in, and there they were, living in the lap of luxury. Didn't pay a dime, not a dime. Flew all over the world on private jets, didn't pay a dime. They were there morning, noon, and night while he was there. Does it really make sense that he's trying to beat her and isolate her and abuse her when he's moved in family, her sister moved in family and friends to live next door to each other? That's what gets me. It wasn't him. She did a lot more that was interfering with his friends and close family than what he ever did to her. In fact, the steps he took was to become a part of her world, to be with those people, not to alienate her.
Did I say 293?
Yes.
Okay. And on
there's a
line
lawsuit
22,
for the $650 million that was stolen from
before
him.
you were due to meet up, did you have a heated discussion on the telephone with Miss Heard about what was happening with James Franco.
I agree, Leah.
With James Franco. Answer, I do not recall, but it is highly likely. Did I read that right?
In fact, I'm not sure where you are.
Okay. Day
Sorry.
2, page 293. It's on page 32 of the document.
Line 22, I think, is the issue.
Page 32, line 22. Thank you, Your Honor.
Line 22.
Line
Okay.
22 on page 32.
Yes.
Too many numbers. Are you there?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
yes,
so
that's right. Thank you.
question, the night before you were due to meet up, did you have a heated discussion on the telephone with Miss Heard about what was happening with James Franco, the scene she was doing with James Franco? Answer, I do not recall, but it is highly likely. Did I read that right?
You did.
And you suspected that Amber was having an affair with James Franco, correct? That was the reason for your argument.
Yeah, yes.
And when you got on the plane, you considered that she was also being judgmental toward you because she believed that you were inebriated and under the influence of drugs, correct?
That was a constant.
And I'm talking about this particular plane flight.
Well,
You consider that she was being judgmental toward you because she believed you were inebriated and under the influence of drugs when you got on this plane, correct?
Yes,
And at some point on the flight, you ended up sleeping on the bathroom floor, right?
I did.
You testified to that yesterday, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
And when you landed, you were quite ill when you landed in Los Angeles, correct?
I don't recall being quite ill. It's possible. I don't know what you're referring to.
Let's
Maybe
take
you
a
could
look
take
at
me there.
page. Yeah, sure. Let's take a look at page 313 of your UK transcript, please.
3:30.
It's on page 37 of the document.
Almost 30 years younger, Nancy. She was 29, 28 when they got married. He's 58.
3:30. Sorry.
And she's lesbian. She had a long-term lesbian relationship before Johnny Depp and now afterwards. She's trying to get these wealthy men. In a lot of ways, it's like the whole Lori Vallow thing, right? It's crazy. Except for with Lori, she was, looking at insurance money. But I'm talking about the motivation, getting into relationships, with the motivation being, what will the payout be? Hi, Amanda. Hi, Karen. She is going to win. I think not. At least you do not hit or throw things at your spouse. I'm gonna be surprised if she wins. I'm gonna be really surprised if she wins. Of course, let me say this: we haven't seen everything, but if it went to the jury today, I think he would probably be victorious. But we got a lot left after this, so my mind could change, right? It's a love shack. It's a little old place where we can get together. Love shack, baby.
Mr. Depp.
To win so far, her case is proving his case. Thank you, Love Shack.
You can read to yourself.
I have to agree.
The page 3.
Went after Kevin
14,
Costner,
that starts with
Elon
the-
Musk, Billy Bob Thornton, Johnny Depp, all very old guys compared to her age and loaded. What more can you say? But she should have known Kevin Costner was too smart to get. He's been target too much. He knows the game. Hey, Brock Star, welcome. Good to see you again. Please don't let her win, Universe. She will be even more emboldened to abuse. Thank you. You are absolutely correct, Brock Star.
Yes, but it doesn't refer to me being ill on the plane.
Yeah, this whole he drinks and he uses drugs.
We'll
What
get to the plane ride in a
we
few
know, we
minutes.
know.
Let's turn to Exhibit 236, please.
And I think in a few minutes they're going to play a video of him vomiting. Okay, why are you playing a video of him vomiting? We know he drinks. He has admitted that he drinks. He's told you that he drinks. Why are we showing him vomiting? So this is terrible. I think her defense team is terrible. I do.
I've got a mess going on over here.
A massive waste of time.
Oh.
Not having their documents redacted just looks like they're unprepared.
These are text messages that you sent to Amber on May 25th, 2014, the day after that plane flight, correct?
Okay. Yes, okay, yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 236 and ask for permission to publish with the...
And Amber drinks a lot of wine, 2 bottles of wine a day for Amber. 2 bottles a day, that's an enormous amount of wine. And she uses drugs. Not in dispute. So why do we keep talking about it?
All right, 236 in evidence with the redaction.
And
she's trying to manipulate the court. That's right, Carol. It looks that way, doesn't it?
Blow up the top email, please.
That's
And
right,
this email
Muffin Top.
said,
Those early influences.
Amber,
Yep.
The day after this plane flight, you write her and you say, once again, I find my place. Sorry.
And remember, he's pedantic.
In a place of shame and regret.
He's
Of
poetic
course,
when
I'm
he
sorry.
speaks.
I really don't know why or what happened, but I will never do it again.
I know, baby J.
I want to get better for you and for me. I must. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I can't do it again. I can't live like that again. And I know you can't either. I must get better, and I will. For us both, starting today, I love you. Again, I'm so sorry, so sorry. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. Yours.
He is quite
Did I read that
eccentric, Birdsong.
You did.
Excellent way to put
And
it.
let's
He is a
pull up
unique.
Exhibit 245 one more time, which has been admitted into evidence this morning, Your Honor.
And you know, you and I, we're able to get up and walk around and talk
Depp,
and
I know
laugh
that
and
we've
make
seen this
jokes.
before
That
this
poor
morning.
jury has been sitting there all day listening to
But
the
your
same
email that
thing
I just read
over
to you
and
to Ms.
over.
Heard, or your
Can you
text,
imagine how
was
weary
from
they
May
are?
25th,
I guarantee you
2014.
they have just
5 days
zoned
later,
out by now.
you
They're not
text
even
Your
interested.
good friend Paul Bettany.
And that is
and you
why
tell
Amber
him
gets so angry
that you
toward the
drank
end of the
all
day.
night before you picked up Amber to fly to LA. You tell him that you had had no food for days, powders, which is cocaine, right?
Well, I take BC
Probably
powders.
cocaine,
Maybe he's
right?
taking BC powders.
Half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bull and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of Champers on plane, and then you write, what do you get? An angry, aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I am admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well. I'm too old.
Haven't
to
we
be that
already
guy,
heard that? Hasn't
but
that
pills
already
are
been
fine.
read?
Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, the 2 bottles, you can leave.
They
it.
had a toxic
The 2 bottles of
relationship.
champagne on the plane. That was about, when you wrote 2 bottles of champagne on the plane, that was about the plane ride from Boston to LA, correct?
Yes, it comes just after 1,000 cans of Red Bull.
And at least parts of that plane flight, you were in a blackout, right?
There's
There's no reason you tell Paul Bettany that you were in a blackout if it wasn't true, correct?
There are again, when I write something, when I write a text,
he's very dramatic and poetic.
Particularly impassioned plays. It's a canvas. It's a painting.
Right.
See how he talks?
Appreciate that. That wasn't my question, sir.
It was your question.
Very simple.
It
Would
was
you
your
agree that
question.
At least on parts of that plane flight, you were in a blackout.
No, I wouldn't agree that I was in a blackout.
Okay, let's look at page 333.
Blackout and when you're on opiates.
Let's look at page 333 of your transcript.
333.
This is day 2. This is from the UK trial.
Yes, we seem to be there a lot.
It's a terrible waste of time, baby Jane. It is a terrible waste of time.
Okay.
They are limited on how much time that they have been allowed. And it is it's a mystery what he thinks he's accomplishing. It's a mystery. This is not a trial to prove that Johnny Depp has an addiction problem. He's openly admitted it time and time again himself, not to mention all the proof that's been given over and over for hours now. But that's not the original complaint. The original complaint is that he's a wife beater.
Do you see that page, Mr.
And
Depp?
this defense is failing dramatically.
And you see on line 8, you were asked a question, but parts of that flight are blacked out. Answer.
That's right, Cha-Cha.
But yes.
And he strikes me as a bit unprepared, actually.
Question. Yes. Is there any reason why you would say that to Mr. Bettany?
Crazy, Love Shack.
Answer.
To give your mate a knife and say, till death do we part?
You did.
What is that? Is that consciousness of guilt?
You agree that on that flight, you were very drunk and that you had taken drugs either before or during the flight, correct?
I know that I knew that I was going to have a very ugly, I was going to end up with a very ugly situation with Amber. So
Mr. Depp,
I doubled up
with respect.
Let him answer your question.
That was not my question. My question was
I
simply,
understand when
you
you
would
take
agree,
5 minutes to look for a
you would agree that on that flight, you were very drunk and you had taken drugs.
Let
either
him
before or
answer.
during.
Let him answer, my God.
All right, sustain.
You would agree that you were very drunk on that flight, correct?
I do not agree that I was very drunk on that flight.
And you would agree that you had taken drugs either before or
He
during
is
that
not
flight,
agreeing with
correct?
you.
I had taken a double dose of the
Roxycodone,
which is different than a blackout.
But you don't agree that you were very drunk.
I don't recall drinking a whole. You don't need to drink.
I think he said he drank a glass of champagne.
You don't have time.
Or
You
Chalmers,
just testified
maybe.
you weren't drunk on the flight. Okay.
I don't recall being drunk. No.
All right. Let's look at page 335 of your UK testimony.
I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. He's a baby. This attorney is a
Line
little
11, please.
snippy, snipey, ineffective little child. His goal is to make Johnny Depp look stupid, and he has absolutely
You
no
asked a
concern
question.
about Amber Heard
I
and
want to
the
make sure it's
accusations.
quite clear
This
what you were
is
saying
him
about
trying
the
to
Boston
be,
plane incident.
a big
You were
shot,
very
and
drunk.
he is
You had
failing
taken
miserably.
drugs either before or during or both. Do you agree with that? Answer, sure. For the purposes of getting through this, let's say yes. Everything you have said, I agree. Did
Yes,
I read that right?
You did.
He was just agreeing with what they were saying, but he didn't
That-
technically
that's
agree.
fine. My question was simply, did I read that correctly, Mr. Depp?
I understand.
Now, can we pull up Exhibit 243, please? Actually, you know what? Let's go to.
I am definitely
Exhibit
on his
221.
side, painted black. Right? Not always, though. I mean, it took several
This is
a
this
week
is a
of
recording,
listening to his
and
testimony
I'd be happy to
to
read. We're gonna
you
play
know, the
three-
writing on the wall.
Three excerpts from it.
Okay, and there's no objection to the entire audio recording coming in, is that correct?
May we approach? I would just like to know what it is first.
Okay.
Yeah, blonde PT. I look, it's not just us. At the end of the day, you will see Amber Heard is very angry with him. She knows it's not going well. She knows. She's in the courtroom. She's watching the jurors laugh with Johnny Depp, and she knows. See, she's already complaining. She's saying, "What are we doing? Like, why do we keep doing the same comment over and over? This is all. We got to move on." And the attorney's going, "Well, he knows what he's doing. Just have faith." And she ain't having faith right now. She's like, "I don't know. I agree, Leah. That's well said. Amber's been supported by the so-called toxic white masculinity movement. Abuse should be seen as abuse, whether it's male or female. That's exactly right. But she jumped on the Me Too wagon. That was when she wrote the op-ed. When the Me Too thing with Harvey Weinstein was going, she jumped in, tried to get some notoriety through that. And it has backfired on her.
221 into evidence with the following three excerpts to be played. The first is the start of the audio through 1 minute, just the first full minute, and then 250 through 320, 2 minutes and 50 seconds through 320.
She's gonna lose, blonde.
And then 930.
Isn't it it's a $50 million lawsuit?
It's entirety in evidence.
It's significant. He's going to have to hide out in the Antarctica if he wins, because she is going to be looking to beat him. She's nasty, isn't she? She is a nasty, hateful human being. That humiliation has nothing to do with her being beaten. She's just vindictive and mean. Look at her face.
That's your voice making those moaning sounds.
Yeah, but that doesn't have a damn thing to do with her being beaten.
That's exactly what I said before. Yes, that is sounds like a pained animal, and it is my voice.
Please.
He's so damn rude. Nothing. You hear nothing. Amber, your team has made you look like the most undesirable female on the planet.
Mr. Depp, do you know who the male voice is who at around 9:41 says, "No, I'm going to stay with this fucking idiot in case he gets
He
sick"?
doesn't say that. That cannot be
I
heard.
didn't hear those words,
Okay.
but
I didn't hear them either,
right.
and I
Yes,
played
that's
it back
very
over and over and over with my headphones
That was
on.
very judgmental.
That was not said.
So
That was not said.
you finish this flight. You send the text that we've seen to Amber. You send the text to Paul Bettany. And at some point after this, you decide that you want to go to detox. And you went to detox. You testified a little bit about it yesterday in August of 2014 in the Bahamas, correct?
The recording of the pain noises is not from that flight, sir.
Not my question. My question is, you went to detox in August 2014, right?
Don't recall exactly.
And you were there on the island with...
Oh, on the island, yes.
Yeah, you were there on the island with Amber and Debbie Lloyd and Dr. Kipper, correct?
That's correct, yes.
You and Amber were on one side of the island, right?
Yes.
And Amber was effectively dedicating herself to your well-being
Bullshit.
during this detox.
Total bullshit. The original plan for this whole detox thing was that his sister, who, remember, I told you, she's been there with him forever. From day one, she's 2 years older than him, and she's been there helping him his whole life. She is his rescuer, his rock, his foundation. And the original plan was that she would be with him during this 2 weeks of detox, right? In fact, he voiced that he didn't think it was a good idea for Amber to be around. Well, of course not, because they're fighting against one another. There's a lot of negative feelings. And the detox process, the emotional aspect of detox is very painful. People that have been taking this medication for so long, their emotions have been muted. You know, that's part of the reason why they take it is because they don't want to face the emotional trauma that they're experiencing. And so when you take the medication away from them, then the body rebounds and the emotions become more pronounced. It's like the brain and the body just wake up where it's been fast asleep, and now suddenly it's awake and it's very vivid and it's very tender and easily stimulated. And so people that are going through detox, they can have very, very deep, tragic depression. They can have periods of almost mania, happiness. And it takes between 6 months and a year, a protracted kind of withdrawal syndrome, where it can take up to a year or more to just get emotionally stable and to feel like you're sane and you're not kind of a victim to all your emotions. And so having her there while he's trying to stop using, trying to let his body get used to not having these drugs was not optimal. I mean, it was actually the very worst case scenario. You wouldn't want him around her. And so the sister was going to be the one. And at the last minute, Amber jumped in and said, "Oh no, you are not going. I'm going," and pulled the plug on the whole thing. And he really wasn't in any condition to fight with her about it. And so, no, this attorney, again, is testifying. I don't know why they're not objecting, but, they're saying, "Oh, isn't it true that Amber was a nurse and gave of herself so selflessly to help you?" No, actually, no. She was instrumental in isolating Johnny Depp from his main support system during what was going to be the most difficult physical thing that he had ever been through up to that moment. And one would make you wonder if maybe she was sabotaging his success or had hopes of sabotaging his success. So, no, it should have been his sister there with him. It really should not have been her, and she was not helpful. In fact, they ended up getting her off the island before it was all over with.
Process, correct?
You could describe it as that, at the beginning, yes, certainly.
She was trying to help you get through it, right?
One would think.
And as far as you know, she's never been in any sort of detox in her life, right? Certainly not when you were together, correct?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And we all heard your testimony yesterday. Detox, it sounds painful. It sounds tough. Fair?
Yes, that's...
And you testified yesterday about her not giving you medications at a certain time, but you, sir, have no personal knowledge of whether or when Amber had been in touch with Dr. Kipper or Debbie Lloyd about when to give you medicine, correct?
I remember,
you have no personal knowledge of that.
Yes, I do. I remember Amber calling them on the radio, and when I was complaining that I needed the meds when I was in agony and went to the shower, she called them up because she had said that I was in a manic state or was in some mania, and they came up there.
Okay. And sometime after detox, fair, and you said that they came up there, but my point to you is you have no personal knowledge of what Dr. Kipper or Debbie Lloyd communicated to Amber about whether and when to give you medicines. You weren't part of those communications, correct?
Sure I was. I was there during
That's right, Love Shack. That's what I thought.
There were times sort of written down, but the golden rule essentially is if the patient is in an uncomfortable or potentially dangerous state, which would lead to seizures, medication should be distributed.
That's right.
What I remember.
That's exactly right.
If it's supposed to be delivered at 4 p.m. and it was 3:15 or 3:30,
according to you, that's what you recall the golden rule was, right?
Yeah, you don't want your patient to have seizures.
And sometime after detox, you texted Amber and you said, "Thank you so much for getting me fucking clean, baby." Right? Remember that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you, actually, let's pull up. You didn't just.
When are we going to get to the wife beating part?
As well, what Amber had done for you, correct? Let's pull up plaintiff's exhibit 120, page 41, please. This is plaintiff's exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Is this a screen thing or am I searching for something?
This is a screen thing.
Okay, thank you.
Screen thing that we have to rotate. And the only question I have for you is the question on the top of the page.
Yes.
Sent on August 19th, 2014, from you to Paige. Now, Paige is Amber's mom, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of just this page of this exhibit with just.
I'm going to move forward because this is just dumb. It's nothing. It just shows that he's kind to her family.
Page 41.
Oh, this is that long sidebar. I went right to the right spot. Good deal. Good. This has been a long day sitting at the computer. You see how much time is wasted with the redacting? This guy, to me, I just think he was unprepared, just on some level, right? He just, it's crazy how much time was wasted.
Actors that are playing in a movie, in case something happens, right?
It's happened for 30 plus years for me.
Correct. So if you can scroll up, please. And in order to do that, you have to provide certain information to see if you're insurable, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in this document, which you signed, dated, I believe, February 11th, you asked the question, are you currently using, or in the last 12 months, have you used any of the following? Michelle, let's
yeah. So these are insurance documents now that they're going to read.
Illegal substance.
These are insurance documents asking about alcohol and drug use, which he admitted to in the legal document as well as in court. It all matches up. He's not proven him to be a liar. Nothing. It's just an incredible waste of time. Almost there. Hold on. All right, this is after lunch now. Look at the attorney rubbing his head. They all know that it's not going well. They all know this is an unmitigated disaster. They all know it. In my opinion. The jury's got to be so disappointed, right? You're going to watch Johnny Depp, one of the best actors of our lifetime. It's supposed to be about, domestic violence, and then you just sit there for 2 days listening about Johnny Depp likes to get drunk and act stupid. And they're going, well, of course he does. We've known that for 10 years. Why are we wasting so much time on this? It's a mess. It's a real mess. Man, do y'all see how much time I have fast forwarded through? It's like 3 hours. Still waiting.
This is redacted.
Okay.
And if they want me to redact Mr. Whitkin's responses, that's fine.
And Mr. Whitkins is Marilyn Manson.
We have no objection to that, Your Honor. And
I don't know why they're drawing attention to that. It's so.
Just want to have just the identifiers redacted, and that's all?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is a terrible attorney, in my opinion. Or he just got all. He may be a very good attorney who just got all messed up with the famous
I know
people.
this is a few years before Australia in 2015, which we stopped with right before lunch. But I want to just, if you can scroll down, Michelle, please, to the paragraph that starts, brain is on full tilt. Maybe
again, we know how Johnny Depp talks.
There. Okay, yeah, perfect. So in this email to Mr. Whitkin in June of 2013,
persona as a thespian that he
full tilt.
Speaks in
the
such
circus never stops.
Flowery poetic
Feel
terms.
Physically fucked constantly. I'm wired up so tight that I'm barely able to deal with people on any level that is remotely enjoyable.
That's right, Love Shack.
See that? Did I read that right?
Yes, I see. Yeah.
Now, Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 350, Defendant's Exhibit 350?
It's going to require perjury at this point from all that we have seen or not seen. Hey, Hybrid, welcome.
This is a text exchange that you had with Stephen Duders, your personal assistant, on March 6th, 2015. So we fast forwarded a couple years. You see that?
Is that 1628? Is that the third one down?
Yes, sir. 1628. Third one down.
Oh, I didn't know about that. Paint it black. That would be crazy.
And this is a text that you sent to Mr. Duders on March 6th, 2015?
Sorry, just reading it. Yes.
And by this point, you had been in Australia since about the week after your wedding, right? So for 3 weeks or so? Is that about right?
Seems right, yes.
Okay. And Amber didn't arrive until around this time, correct? Beginning of March?
Yes, I recall that Amber arrived around 6th, 7th.
6th or 7th of March, right? Okay. So you'd been outside of her presence for the last 3 or 4 weeks prior to this, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Can you, Your Honor, I would move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 350 with identifiers redacted.
Your Honor, we would ask that the top email to Mr. Holmes and the last email from Mr. Duders be redacted.
So just the two in the middle?
Yes.
Sure, and honestly, Your Honor, then if we're going to do that, we can just redact the, actually, we can redact the second one too, so we just do the third.
Your Honor, we believe that's necessary for context.
Okay, for context, all right, so we'll just get rid of the
Okay.
first one and the last one and the identifiers. So it should be the two middle text.
Thank you. If you could just
350 in evidence as redacted. Okay, good.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, if you could blow up the email starting with honestly. So this is an email. You've been in pre-production and shooting in Pirates 5 for the last couple of weeks, correct? By March 6, 2015.
What was the question, sorry?
By March 6, 2015, you've been in pre-production and shooting for Pirates 5 for a couple of weeks in Australia, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So your email to him, to Mr. Duders, your personal assistant, reads, honestly, I will not again be doing anything that involves the discussion of furthering my embarrassment of having whored for all these fucking wasted pieces of shit, nothing, years on characters that I so ignorantly started to think of as my legacy. Every cunting fight, every fucking time, I held my ugliness and rage deeper down and get in check when there was still room in my head to do such a thing. Did I read that right?
You did.
And that's what you're writing to Mr. Duders, having been on the set of Pirates 5 for a couple of weeks, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
The screenplay that I received was not up to snuff, I felt. And so that was part of this, was my anger was that the screenplay was very lazily written.
Yes, baby Jay, they actually should have redacted before trial.
With you
Absolutely.
in Australia, I think we covered this, was Debbie Lloyd. You testified to that before lunch, right? Debbie Lloyd was your sobriety nurse, she's supposed to help you stay sober, correct?
Well, she was there to give me meds and
right. The fact is,
stay on the path.
Okay. The fact is, Mr. Depp, you had been using a fair amount of drugs during those 3 or 4 week period before Miss Heard arrived in Australia, hadn't you?
Marijuana was what I was using.
And not just that, other drugs too, correct?
No, not that I recall, no.
Okay. Let's take a look at Exhibit 346, please.
redaction?
They were redacting before they could talk about the entry. That's how I bet he wasted a good 60% of his time by all of this redacting mess. Look how long I fast forwarded through, like 8 minutes.
All right, 346 in evidence for the redactions.
You can start watching Amber Heard's face too. She's quickly becoming disillusioned with her defense attorney.
So you can see these texts were sent on February 26th and February 27th, 2015. And if you scroll over, Michelle, and can you just blow up the text portion of it?
Ooh, did y'all see that?
You text Mr. Holmes.
She knows he's unprepared.
Have you heard from Manson's Ryan? Now, Ryan was Marilyn Manson's personal assistant, or he worked for him. That's what you understood, correct?
At the time, yes.
And then you say, yes, and of course, yes, please, and you will pay Ryan for it. 2 exclamation points, 2 question marks. And then you write, disappear, we should have more happy pills. 3 exclamation points, 2 question marks.
So you're looking at the jury?
Followed by 3 exclamation points. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. Can you take that down and please pull up Exhibit 349?
Exclamation point.
She is not a happy camper. See, she's not even accepting the little pep talks from her attorney now. She is unhappy.
This text exchange that I'm going to ask you about is from just 2 days later, after February 26th. On February 28th, it's the last 2 on the page. February 28th, 2015, there's a text from you to Mr. Duders.
I would object to the as hearsay with respect to the text from Mr. Duders.
That's fine.
Okay, you're just
So just the second to last one is all.
He doesn't even care.
We would seek to admit.
I don't think he knows what he's doing. I think he got lost.
Yes, Your Honor.
And now he's just thinking, I got to come up with an idea. And he's just reading comments. He doesn't know. I think he lost his point. He shouldn't have been so rude to Johnny Depp early on, and people would have maybe not been so, I guarantee you the jury is sitting there going,
all right, so 349 in evidence with redactions. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. So in this text message, Mr. Depp.
I promise you they are.
February 28th, 2015. You send Mr. Duders an email, and if you'll remember, what we had just looked at was you reaching out to Mr. Holmes, asking if he had heard from Manson's assistant Ryan, and then saying yes and yes and yes, of course, please pay Ryan for it, and then asking for more happy pills. And in this text message, you say, yay, hello, Master D. I say, I do believe that Ryan, parentheses, Munson's, gave you a wee baggage for me. Where does it reside? X. Did I read that right?
You continue to read them.
And where it says Munson's, that's a typo and should have said Manson's, correct?
It's a nickname.
Okay. You can take that down. Thank you.
What's the point?
So we've gone from February 26th to February 28th. I'd now like to fast forward to March 2nd of that year, 2015. Can you please pull up Exhibit 353?
Maybe they'll show us Amber Heard again. We can look at her being mad at her attorney. Unbelievable. Well, and I'm going to say, here's why I say unbelievable. Because these are high-priced attorneys. Because you would hope that they're the best of the best. Remember, the original complaint is defamation of character, that she made the accusation that, that Johnny Depp is a wife beater. Not that he's an alcoholic or a drug user.
Let's do it this way. Mr. Depp,
And there are
these
plenty
text
of wife
messages
beaters
back and forth
that are
from you
not
to your
drunk or on
other
drugs.
personal assistant,
Some of
Nathan
them are
Holmes,
just good old fashioned psychopaths.
in March of 2015, correct?
Appears to be, yes. Yes.
Your Honor, I know that the whole thing is going to draw an objection, but I would like to move to admit Mr. Depp.
He's calling his own
here
objection?
highlighted. I think we can redact pretty quickly through this document. And I'm happy to have them highlighted if you'd like to me to approach.
Well,
it.
if you could just
Sure.
show it to council, the highlighted portions. Is this a one-page document or?
It's actually three. And we may not do all of them now, but I think it's easier to just.
He called his own objection. Did y'all hear that? He said, I know you're probably going to object. Man. So if you were Amber Heard, what would you do right now? With your attorney obviously floundering to the point that now we're redacting. Now we're going to redact again, which means another 5 to 8 minutes.
With just admitting Mr. Depp's
Okay, so
messages.
353 with the redactions.
Yes, and I think we can, if you'll just indulge us for a minute, I think
right,
we
that's
can get all of that done. Thank you.
Okay.
Weird. So weirdest process. See, still redacting. I just went forward 3 minutes, still redacting.
Okay, so 353 in evidence with redactions. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Assuming that Ms. Myers agrees with our redactions here.
Crazy.
That document. Say, no, you're not. Why? That is not a part of the job description. And I'm telling you now, any of you guys start to lecture me, I just do not want to hear it.
He's
No
telling his
stupid
workers,
bullshit
don't
about
lecture
sappy
me about
bottles.
drinking.
I am a grown fucking man, and I will not be judged. Did I read that right?
You did.
Keep going, please. And I will never, ever live in this world cage any longer. I'll do whatever I damn well please. Okay. Did I read that right?
You did.
He's a grown
And if you
man.
go on to the next page, please. Continue and say, I don't want to depend on others for things like that. I'm not unhappy. I am insane. Big difference. Did I read that right?
You did.
No system. Then you say, I don't want to risk it for you or anyone. So I can get what I need. Also, may I be ecstatic again? Helps. Color me deceased. By ecstatic, you're referring to taking ecstasy, correct?
It's very likely. Before Ms. Heard arrived, she'd asked me to score either MDMA or ecstasy tablets before her arrival.
Okay. So once again, Ms. Heard's at fault for these texts.
I'm not blaming her for the text. I'm just stating the facts.
Okay. Well, let's
Okay.
talk about this.
Listen, I'm
So,
going to leave this
Ms.
running.
arrives in
I've got to
March
go
of
I'm going to be gone for about probably 20, 25
Actually,
minutes,
you know what,
and then I'll
let's-
be back. Okay.
Let's go down.
So I'm going to go ahead
one.
and keep this
Michelle, we're gonna
running.
Fast forward a few days,
And I'll
we're
be
gonna-
right back.
We're going to come back to this. Actually, just one day. This is when you text Mr. I don't even remember if it was Holmes or Duders at this point. Mr. Holmes, correct? and you text him and you say,
This is
yeah,
on
Mr.
the
Holmes.
7th.
Yeah, so
Yes.
we fast forwarded another couple of days, I guess 5 days, and you say, need more Whitey stuff ASAP, brother man, and the e-business, please. I'm in bad shape. Say nothing to nobody. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
Okay. And I wanted to take a look at that, Mr. Depp, because you just testified that Miss Heard was the one who wanted ecstasy. But in fact, when you sent this text on March 7th, 2015, this was right after you cut your finger off.
No.
And right after you told the doctor that you cut your finger off, you were asking for cocaine and ecstasy. That's entirely possible, correct?
I'm not sure that you have the date correct about when my finger was chopped off.
Okay. Okay, let's take a look.
I'm pretty sure that the date was the 8th.
Now, Mr. Depp, you remember testifying, let's put it this way. Sometimes these texts, the dates of the text messages, you would agree that they're obviously Australia is 12 hours different from this part of the world, correct? Or something like that.
Something like that, sure, I'll agree with you on that.
So the date stamps and time stamps that are reflected on these texts may be reflecting a different time than when they were actually sent.
Objection foundation calls for speculation.
You agree with that, right?
No, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Okay. Well, then let's do this. So is it your testimony that right after you cut your finger off, that you, or right after, I won't give you anything to argue with me yet. Right after you sustained an injury to your finger,
sorry,
that you, right after you sustained an injury to your finger, is it your testimony that you did not ask for cocaine and ecstasy right after you told the doctor about your finger injury? Is that your testimony?
Regardless of what date you believe works within the world time zone, I don't believe that someone who has gone through opiate dependency, who has lost the ability to produce dopamine and serotonin in their own body, because that's what the opiate does. Your body no longer needs to make the dopamine or the serotonin. The dopamine and serotonin, as you know, I imagine, are things that keep us it gives us our moods. It gives us.
I appreciate that, but my question wasn't that. My question was,
I'm just trying
right
to
after
school
you
you
told
on
the
it.
doctor about your finger injury, you were asking for coke. It's entirely possible that you were asking for cocaine and ecstasy.
Objection
Yes
calls
or
for
no?
speculation.
No, I'll allow that question. Answer it.
Clearly, need more Whitey stuff. Yes, it's a reference to cocaine, but that doesn't. There's nothing here that says that I ingested the drug.
Not saying there is, but you were asking for more cocaine and you were asking for more ecstasy, correct?
I wasn't asking for more ecstasy. I was asking for ecstasy because that was what I was requested by Ms. Hurt.
Let's take a look at the UK transcript date 3. Permission to approach with that,
All right.
Your Honor.
Day 3. Oh yeah.
sir.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to turn to page 463 and 464 of this, please.
Sure thing. 463.
Are you there?
I'm there, just reading it, sorry.
And on page 463, line 20, you're asked a question, Mr. Depp, what I am asking you about, and I think your barrister, Mr. Sherborne, agrees, the times we have to factor in, it may be we can put in an agreed local Australian time. But what is important, do you see, is the order that you have cut your finger off, and straight away, after telling your doctor that you cut your finger off, you are asking for cocaine and ecstasy. Answer, yes, that is what it. Question, that is what it looks like. Answer, appears to be, and it is entirely possible that I was in the state that I was in. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did. Asking for cocaine.
So we talked about the cocaine and the ecstasy. Let's talk about the altercation that you and Ms. Heard had in Australia. You testified that you were sitting on a bar stool, right? In Australia. This is before.
So you're fast forwarding to the end of the of that argument.
Yeah, we've heard your account of the argument, and the jury will hear Ms. Heard's account of the argument. What I want to ask you is some specific questions about you're sitting on a bar stool. You've had 3 or 4, I think you said 3 shots of vodka.
I did 2 or 3 shots of vodka, yes.
And you're resting with your hands kind of hanging over the edge like that, right?
Well, after the first bottle whizzed past my head and shattered, as I said, I walked around the bar, grabbed the larger, there was another bottle of vodka, the only one there. The larger bottle, brought it back and poured another shot and did it.
And right, and that was like a what we call a handle of vodka. Is that right?
Well, yeah, it's one of the larger bottles with it's got a handle on it.
Right,
Yes.
and it was full at the time, other than the shot that you poured.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't the full bottle. No.
Okay, and at some point before you claim you sustained an injury to your finger, I believe you demonstrated to the jury yesterday, but you were resting with your 3 fingers, your middle 3 fingers kind of hanging over the edge. Is that fair? Is that right?
Yes, I just had a bottle thrown at me, so I was, when she grabbed the second bottle.
Right, I'm just asking where your fingers were, sir. At that point, your palm was facing down and your 3 middle fingers were hanging over the edge of the bar, correct?
Basically, that's correct.
And Miss Amber was 7 to 10 feet away, correct?
Once she walked, yes. Once she grabbed the bottle, yes.
Okay, and your testimony, and we've heard it yesterday, but your testimony is that somehow she wound up with this handle of vodka and threw it, and it damaged part of your middle finger. But what we didn't talk about, and what I want to ask you about, is it didn't. If it happened the way you said, it didn't damage any other part of your hand, correct? No other part of your fingers, none of the other middle fingers that were hanging over the edge of the bar were injured, correct?
Objection compound.
We can take it piece by piece. None of the 3 fingers that were hanging over the edge of the bar were sustained any injury other than your middle finger. Is correct?
The middle finger certainly took the brunt of it as the tip.
And there's
cut off.
There's no record of any glass being found in that middle finger. Correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer it.
I'm not a doctor, and I'm not sure what was found in the middle finger. What I do know is that when I went to the emergency room, that they they had to inject me with a block to be able to put it into a bucket and take a wire brush to scrub it all clean, because I had all the makeup still left from Pirates on there. And
makeup from Pirates. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. But none of the other fingers on your hand were sustained any injury that you're aware of, correct?
No, there were nothing else was severed. No.
Okay. And in fact, it wasn't just makeup from Pirates that was on your hand. It was paint that you had dipped your middle finger into to write, along with blood, to write on mirrors and lamps and assorted furniture in the house, correct?
Objection, compound.
All right, I'll sustain as to compound.
It wasn't just makeup. You testified yesterday that it was just makeup from the set of Pirates 5, but in fact, after you sustained an injury to your finger, you dipped it in paint in the house and you wrote in paint mixed with blood all over the place.
Objection, compound.
I'll sustain the objection.
You dipped your finger in paint in the house and wrote on objects in the house.
Objection, compound.
I'll sustain the objection.
You dipped your finger in paint after suffering an injury.
Yes.
And then you used that finger to write on objects in the house. Yes or no?
Yes, that was after after writing on the walls, the blood had kind of dried, as it were, and so I stuck my finger into a can of paint and also, excuse me, mineral spirits to put my verbal messages onto the wall.
And you used your finger as a paintbrush, right?
Essentially, yes.
And can we put up Exhibit 369, please? It might, it might be plaintiffs. Let's. Now, Mr. Depp, we're gonna take a look at some pictures shortly, but you'd agree with me that there was quite a bit of damage to the house in Australia after this incident, correct?
There was quite a bit of damage to the house during the entire incident. Yes.
And you don't remember the television breaking, do you?
I remember there was I believe there was a coffee cup stuck into the screen, or a plate or something like that.
And you don't remember the window breaking, do you?
I don't remember a window breaking.
But you do remember that there was quite a lot of blood everywhere, including on floors and sofas.
Well, I'd noticed, that's how I'd noticed that I was leaking. There was heat in my finger, and I felt this warmth and this liquid, and then I noticed that the tip of my finger was gone. And at that point, I think I went into some sort of shock or whatever is closest to a kind of nervous breakdown.
Yeah, you testified that breakdown. You could have also defaced a painting by drawing a penis on it, didn't you?
I've never, I don't know about that. I don't remember drawing a penis on a painting.
Given the state you were in, it's entirely possible that you did that, even if you don't remember it to this day, correct?
Drawing a penis on a painting was not the first thing on my mind. I had messages to write, reminders that were for Miss Heard.
But you don't deny that if a painting was defaced with a penis drawn on it, that could have been you, even if you were blacked out and don't remember that, correct?
Objection, speculation.
I'll, if you can.
This was no blackout. I know you love the word. It was no blackout. It was shock.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Depp. Respectfully, it was, you don't deny that you could have defaced a painting in the manner that I just described.
Well, given that I had written some messages on the bathroom mirror and then misheard, added to them, it's also not impossible that Ms. Heard may have drawn a penis on a painting somewhere. That's not where I was going.
Let's take a look at page 451 of your testimony in the UK trial, please.
Yes, sir.
And if you look at page 451, line 21, please. You were asked the question, let me ask you, is defacing a painting something that you are likely to have forgotten? Answer, I recall a painting on a lampshade, on a wall, on a mirror. I remember dunking my finger into paint thinner and using paint when I had run out of blood to paint with, and I could have defaced the painting, I suppose, but I do not remember a painting specifically. Question down below on 452, line 15. So there are parts of this episode that you do not remember at all, because that would be quite a big thing, would it not? Painting a penis on a picture? Answer, it would be quite a big thing. I do not recall. Question, it is not something you would do by accident, is it? You do not accidentally. Answer, no, I would say not. Question, you have no recollection? Answer, I am sorry, I'm not 100% sure that I can say I did that. Did I read that right?
You did read it right, sir. Thank you.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 374, please.
Is it Defendant's Exhibit 374?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this as one of the mirrors that you wrote on with your injured finger in March of 2015?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday you texted, I'm sorry. Thought we've seen a lot of texts today.
It's all right. I did text someone yesterday.
Yesterday, you testified that you wrote on the mirror, and I don't remember exactly what you said, but you essentially said that you wrote things about your past with Miss Heard, or grievances that you had with her, correct?
Reminders, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to move this in as an exhibit and ask for permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
374 in evidence. You can publish.
You could just blow that up a little bit. Is it possible? So on this, which you wrote on with your severed finger, you wrote in some mix of paint or blood, starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber.
Yes, sir.
Miss Heard arrived directly in Australia from filming the film London Fields in England with Billy Bob Thornton, correct?
That's correct.
And you hadn't seen your new bride in 3 or 4 weeks, and she arrives. You're not happy about her filming with Billy Bob Thornton, and so as part of this altercation incident, after your finger is injured, you write starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber on the mirror, correct?
Objection, compound.
I'll sustain the objection.
I'll move on.
Okay.
Let's pull up Exhibit 375, please. This is, Mr. Depp, do you recognize this as another mirror on which you wrote with in blood and paint after your finger injury in March of 2015?
Yes, sir. That's in the same bathroom.
Okay. Your Honor, move for admission of Exhibit 375 and request permission to publish.
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
375 in evidence, published.
Okay. Can we please pull up Exhibit 377, please? Mr. Depp, this is a picture of a lampshade that you wrote on after you sustained a finger injury on March 8th, 2015, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, move for admission of Exhibit 377.
No objection.
All right, 377 in evidence, you can publish.
Permission to publish. And on this lampshade, which appears to be sitting on the ground, you write some mixture of blood or paint. Good luck and be careful at top.
Yes, correct.
Correct?
Yes. I thought it was good advice.
Okay. Now, you have never, and I know Ms. Heard will give her account of this incident later in the trial. Just to be clear, you have never seen Amber inflict harm on herself or on her arms or anything like that, correct?
Objection compound.
Sustain.
You've never seen Amber inflict harm on herself.
That depends on your definition of harm, sir. That's quite a broad word.
Can you please pull up your UK testimony at page 434?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
Mr. Depp, are you there on page 434, line 25?
434, okay. Yes.
And in the UK trial, were you asked this question and did you give this answer? Question, you have never seen her inflict harm on herself, on her arms, or anything like that during the time you were with her? Answer, no, no. Did I read that right?
I don't see it on page 434.
You got to go to the top of page 435. So sorry if I wasn't clear. Let's go.
435. Okay.
Yeah. So the bottom of page 34, question, you have never seen her inflict harm on herself, on her arms, or anything like that during the time you were with her. And then the answer at the top of page 435 is no, no. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Thank you. Now, You testified yesterday that when you went to the hospital that you told them that you had injured your finger in an accordion door. You remember giving that testimony?
Yes, I do.
That's actually not true, is it? You actually told the hospital that you had cut it off with a kitchen knife. Isn't that right?
No, that's not true.
Can you pull up Exhibit 360, please?
I believe there was one of my team who might have said that to the doctor, but that was not my, those were not my words. At any rate, we were looking to keep Amber's name out of it.
Mr. Depp, I'm not going to move this exhibit into evidence, but do you see the portion where it says, "Thanks for seeing and treating this patient"? See that? And then right after that, it said, "He sustained an injury to his right middle finger tonight after accidentally cutting it with a kitchen knife." You see that?
I do see that.
And there's no mention of an accordion door in that document, is there?
I'll read it if you like, but that was I didn't sign my name to this.
And
that's not my statement to them. I used the accordion door.
You testified yesterday that you told.
Then I can't help them.
You testified yesterday that you told Dr. Kipper that Miss Hurd had in fact been responsible for your finger injury. Do you remember giving that testimony?
Yes.
But in fact, in subsequent communications to Dr. Kipper, you referenced more than once that you chopped off your own finger to Dr. Kipper, correct?
I think the key word is chopped off my own finger. When you say to someone, I've chopped my finger off, that's just going straight to the fact. You don't get into, she did this, I did that, that. My finger's been chopped off.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 398, please. I'd like to direct your attention, sir, to the text message number 94, which is a text message from you to Dr. David Kipper on March 19th, 2015. Do you see that?
I will in a second.
Sure.
94. This is, yes, March 19th, so I was in Los Angeles, yeah. Yes, I see the text.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of this exhibit with just that text displayed and every identifier redacted.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, if we could do that redactions, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It was a pathetic attempt at humor. My apologies.
All right, 398 and evidence as redacted.
Just blow that up if you can a little bit more. Thank you. So in this text message from you to Dr. Kipper on March 19th, 2015, You text him, "My most sincere apologies to you, Doc. I understand your decision based on my immunity to do the right thing, and I truly do thank you for your concern. I must apologize for not having had the presence of mind to respect the man who has been the most kind and who has done more for me than anyone ever. There was no call for my spineless and base behavior toward you. I honestly understand the reasons for your concerns in your letter and can say to you now they no longer are an issue. Thank you for everything. I have chopped off my left middle finger as a reminder that I should never cut my finger off again. I love you, brother, Johnny." Did I read that right?
You did.
And Miss Hurd was not on that text message, was she?
No, she was not.
Can you take that down and put up Exhibit 499, please? And I'd like to direct your attention to item 39. The second text down, which is a text message exchange between you and Erin Borum, Dr. Kipper's nurse, on October 31st, 2015. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of this exhibit with just that text message
No objection.
All right, if we could redact it.
and the appropriate redactions. Thank you.
All right, 499 in evidence with the redactions.
And in this text message from you to Dr. Kipper's nurse, Erin Borum, in October of 2015, you say, and I'll just try to read the relevant parts, "Sent huge text to Kipper, no response. He's an odd duck, old Kipper. This is the second time that he's held off giving me meds by blackmailing me into seeing him. The first time I had just chopped my finger off. Oh well, I want off of the majority of the stuff anyway. I guess that's a new way to stop. X." Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
And Amber is not on that text exchange, correct?
No, she's not.
I'd like to, if we can pull up Exhibit 343. I believe it's Plaintiff's Exhibit 343. And this is where you tell Amber in a recording that you mentioned the day I chopped my finger off. So let's listen to that, please.
Are you entering in 343 into evidence?
Yeah, I think it's plaintiff's. It's the same one that was played yesterday. I believe that was
Okay,
Plaintiff's
it's already in
343.
343 already in evidence.
And just for the record, which portions are you playing?
Sure.
Okay. Which portion are you playing against?
I'm playing 2:02:15 to 2:02:19. Is that right? I don't know if we'll be able to get it exactly right, so there's a second or two on either side, but we'll do
All
our
right.
best.
That's fine.
Do we have the date of this recording? Mr. Rottenborn?
We asked, what's the date of the recording?
I don't know. It's a plaintiff's exhibit. I don't know the date of the recording.
Okay.
Oh.
Fight you're talking about, I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that.
Now we're talking about Australia, okay. Yes.
You hear that? And you said the day I chopped my finger off. Let's play it again. Let's
That'd
do it
be
again.
great, thank you.
Fight you're talking about, I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that.
Now we're talking about Australia, okay.
Are you sure that's
Yeah, let's do it one more time. 'Cause
what
you
I'm
actually
saying?
don't.
Or is it the day that I got my finger chopped off?
No, you say the day that I chopped my finger off. So let's play it one more time because I think I left out the word that. It says the day that I chopped my finger off.
Fight you're talking about, I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that.
Now we're talking about Australia, okay.
I'm not so sure. In fact, earlier you had quoted Jerry Judge from the airplane tape is calling me an asshole. Wait till the asshole falls asleep. And I'm positive that those words never left his mouth because he would have, if I would have been making those noises in the bathroom, he would have ripped the hinges off.
Maybe they left his mouth when you were passed out, sir, respectfully. Let's listen to this one more time.
I don't
I'll
think he
sustain
was.
his
move to
argument.
strike.
I'll sustain his argumentative, and I'll move to strike. All right, next question.
You know, just wanted to play this video, this one more time, please.
Fight you're talking about, I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that.
Now we're talking about Australia, okay. Yes.
Okay, we can move on. Let's bring up exhibit 380, please.
380.
This is another recording, Your Honor. I don't know whether it's been admitted into evidence yet.
380, plaintiff's 380 or defendant's 380?
I believe it's defendants. I left my cheat sheet.
Okay. Thought it was an easy question.
I'm sorry. It's
Okay, 380.
I had it written down and
All right.
don't have it in front of me.
That's fine. Both 380.
Plaintiff's 380.
Plaintiff's 380, okay.
Yes.
All right, I don't know if that's in evidence or not. Is plaintiff's 380 in evidence? No. So you're offering 380 before we hear it. Can we put it in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd move it into evidence, and the portions that I'd like to play are 33:33 through 34:10.
I assume no objections. This is the audio.
As long as this is an audio recording of just Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, we have no objection.
This portion is.
This portion is.
Yes, I believe that there's other portions that involve other people, but as best I'm aware, well, actually, no. May we approach? Because I think.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to work out an issue with one of the the audio recordings. So we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute recess for the afternoon, okay? Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? Thank you. You can be seated. And your next question, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think before the break, we were going to ask to play a portion of Exhibit 380, which is an audio recording. Counsel for both sides have conferred that neither side has an objection to the following excerpt being played, which is 33:33 through 34 minutes, through 34:00.
So 33 minutes to 34 minutes. So you're only entering to evidence that 1 minute of this audio. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So somebody's going to get me an audio clip of just that at some point, correct?
Sure, we're happy to take care of that.
Okay, so I'll make that 380A.
We can fight over the rest of it later, but for
It's-
now, this will be just
Plaintiff's
this.
380A.
Plaintiff's 380A. Would you
Okay.
like, we're happy to take care of that if,
That's fine. Somebody just gives me that 1 minute.
oh, I'm told it's actually defendants, so, oh, they're both 380, so take your pick. So we'll get it to you. How about that?
Oh, joy. Okay. All right. We're going to go with plaintiff's 380 right now. Okay. Try to keep the record clear. 380A and 33 to 34. Okay, go ahead.
What you are and who you are and how you fucked me over and make me feel sick of myself. There's still a lot left in the day. Maybe you should dye your hair. I see your roots.
That's your voice in that audio recording, Mr. Depp, correct?
It is indeed, sir.
Now, we talked a little bit about what you wrote on the one mirror when you said Billy Bob Thornton and Easy Amber. Remember seeing that picture a few minutes ago?
I do.
And we talked about how Amber had just been in London filming a film with Billy Bob Thornton, correct?
That's correct.
Now, when you were apart from her, she would want to socialize with other people, and that made you feel insecure, right?
Compound and speculative.
All right, compound as sustains to compound.
Okay. When you were apart, she would want to socialize with other people, right?
Yes, I suppose at times, yes.
And that occasionally made you feel insecure, didn't it?
Not necessarily, no.
Let's look at page 257 of your UK transcript, please. I think that's day 2.
Day 2. $330. What was the number again? I'm sorry.
Sure, no problem. It's day 2, page 257.
257.
So it's page 23 of the document.
Oh boy. $257.
Yes, sir. 257. Line 13. Did you give the following testimony in response to the following questions? Question. And when you were apart, she would want to do things with other people, see other people, go out with other people, socialize. Yes. Answer. Yes. Sure. Question. And did this occasionally make you feel insecure? Answer. Occasionally. Yes, it did. Did I read that right?
You did.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, which is a recording. It's been admitted, and we propose to play seconds 30 through 45. With your permission, Your Honor, may we
Go ahead.
play that portion?
If you look at the bigger picture, what if
become irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird. And, you know, we fight a lot more.
Can we play that one more time, please? Actually, before we do, so this is, you tell her you become irrational when you're doing movies. And you say you become weird. You heard those, right? I'd
like to hear it.
Yeah, let's play it again. Thank you.
If you look at the bigger picture,
I
what if
become irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird. And, you know, we fight a lot more.
So you heard yourself, Mr. Depp, say, I become irrational when we're doing movies. You heard that, right? I can play it again if you like.
It's very difficult to tell if that's a you or I.
Sure. Why don't we play it again?
Thank you.
If you look at the bigger picture, what if
I become irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird. And, you know, we fight a lot more.
Mr. Depp, in that audio, you say, I become irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous, fucking crazy, and weird, and we fight a lot more. You heard that, right?
Yeah, something to that effect, yeah.
You can take that down. I'd like to fast forward, Mr. Depp, to December 15th, 2015. I know there's been some testimony on that day for the jury. And you and Ms. Heard, you gave some testimony yesterday about an altercation that you had that evening. Do you remember giving that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember?
It was evening. I'm not sure.
Yeah. And okay. And you would agree that after this altercation that you had, that you wrote on the countertop in your penthouse at the ECB in like a gold Sharpie. Remember that?
Very well, yes.
And your counsel has showed a picture to you that allegedly was taken that day. I'd like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409, which was shown to the witness yesterday, I believe, Your Honor.
That's plaintiff's 409 was already in evidence, so we'll go ahead and publish it.
Is there a, it's the, yeah, there we go. Mr. Depp, and the jury will hear more about this as the case goes on, but do you recognize this picture of Ms. Heard as a picture that was taken directly after the December 15th, 2015 incident?
I don't know when it was. I don't know when the photograph was taken. I don't know much about it.
Okay.
I was out of the picture.
You can take that down. In any event, you don't disagree that that there was a headbutt that evening. That I know that there's disagreement about the cause of it, but you would agree that that you headbutted Ms. Heard that evening, correct?
No, I would vehemently disagree with that, sir. There was a lot of. I was trying to restrain Ms. Heard, and once I had restrained her. I would say if she's trying to still move around and kick at me or trying to get loose, any sort of movement when you're like this, your heads are together, this close together, it's not impossible for them to bump, but a headbutt is that's pretty extreme.
Okay, let's take a listen to Exhibit 587. I believe that's Defendant's Exhibit 587. And Your Honor, this is one of the recordings that is just the two parties, Amber and Mr. Depp, and we would propose to play 8:45 through 9:20.
All right, is this whole 587 coming into evidence, the whole tape, or just that portion?
Yes, we propose the whole tape come in.
And to the extent that the tape is all just the two parties,
And
that's
that's
fine.
just the two parties in this tape?
I believe so, Your Honor.
I believe.
Yes. I mean, we'll confirm, but for right now, I would just like to get this part.
I'm back.
We can have tonight. We'll confirm with you tomorrow.
Hey, Pink. Good to see you.
That's my understanding.
Hi, Faith.
So right now, I can only put 587A in, which and the minutes are, what were the minutes again?
8:45 to 9:20.
So are we into the domestic violence yet? Or is it still all about that, Johnny Depp likes to drink?
Thanks for your song.
He happy screaming is like. Oh, the end all be all is a sort of offensive thing. You can throw a punch, screaming is okay. You can headbutt somebody screaming, but don't scream. Couldn't believe you did that.
That doesn't break it.
I don't know if you will.
Why don't we play that one more time, please? Because, Mr. Depp, my question for you is, did you say I headbutted you in the forehead? That doesn't break a nose. So let's take another listen.
Well, I'm glad that you chose to spend your break with us, Pink.
You did.
Yeah,
Thanks for your song.
He happy screaming is like. Oh, the end all be all is a sort of offensive thing. You can throw a punch, screaming is okay. You can headbutt somebody screaming, but don't scream. Couldn't believe you did that.
He said we didn't headbutt each other. He said you hit my forehead.
Mr. Depp, you said I headbutted you in the fucking forehead.
That's not what he said.
Correct.
I did say those
Okay,
words, but
all right,
I didn't. I said I was using the words that Ms. Heard was using.
Okay.
But there was not an intentional headbutt. And if you want to have a peaceful conversation with Ms. Heard, you might have to placate just a little bit.
Let's listen to Exhibit 98, please, Your Honor. This is another recording that I believe is just between the two. I just want to confirm with my team, but for now, we just asked to play minutes 6:05 through 7:36 of 598.
598A, evidence of 6:05 to 7:36.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Who's loudest is most responsible.
My 16-year-old daughter heard you saying
By the way,
that she would rather not hear.
By the way, because I'm louder.
Okay, let's
By the way, my family, my friends,
you're
everyone
screaming.
around me saw all the bruises, broken blood vessel under my eye, the bruises on my head, the missing chunks of hair, the split lip, the black eye, the swollen nose, all that shit, because you're stronger. It does not mean, because they heard me, that I'm somehow more responsible. It just means they heard me because I yell in a fight. You do provoke. I yell. It doesn't mean I'm more responsible or badder. However, I am exposed via that. The distance between Cafe Cabronis and the house is significant. And I know that does not mean that they got an accurate representation of our fight. But if you told them stuff, great, cool. Thanks for exposing me. As I said to you before, don't do it again unless you want me to really also tell them.
Exposes her for what?
Trust me. Trust me. You know I have a different side than you. And if I show them pictures and stuff, I'm sure they'll have even more different side. And in fact, if I show them even more stuff, they'll have an even more clear picture of what I think of both sides.
Maybe I should show them this and this from the mineral spirits.
You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever. You can do whatever. By the way, do it. I promise you, do it. Do whatever you want. No, you own it.
I'll never speak to you again.
You do whatever you want.
So it's so toxic. The whole thing is so toxic.
Defendant's Exhibit 526, please.
It is so meaningless out of context, baby J. No, it sounds like somebody who is blackmailing him and is threatening him and intimidating
After the
him.
incident on December 15th.
Yeah, like I'll ruin your family.
You wrote.
You don't do
these
what I would
words
like, I'm
on
going to
the
ruin your
top.
family. That's what it sounds like.
At ECB, the Eastern Columbia building, correct?
That is correct.
And that's your handwriting on
Not
the counter.
not
right?
blackmail.
I wrote it in my own handwriting, yes, sir.
Why be a fraud? All is such bullshit. You see that?
Not blackmail, but
Very well.
intimidating him,
And that's in Penthouse 3.
threatening him.
Why be a fraud?
Okay.
Why lie?
Well, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at Exhibit 580.
I don't know about that, Cha-Cha. I'll have to look into that.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention
I agree,
to the
Carol.
text message two up
Good
from the
example.
bottom. It's a text message. This is my question to you. It's a text message from you to David Hurd, Amber's father, on December 30th, 2015. Do you see that?
Which one am I looking at?
It's good question. 131. Can you scroll up,
131.
please?
Carol.
And the final question for you now is that's a text message from you to David Hurd on December 30th, 2015.
We would assume, Elizabeth.
I was just reading it. Sorry. Yes, yes.
Oh, she's looking really pitiful, isn't she?
David Hurd.
Your Honor, move for admission of 580. Just that text is.
Do you think she's trying to cry?
No objection, but with the redactions of the phone numbers.
Of course.
She's looking at the jury. I think that's bothering her, that she's seeing something from the jury that she doesn't like. You see, she's unhappy with her team.
Entered in evidence with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. So in this text message, Mr. Depp, that you sent on December 30th, 2015, you tell him, Amber's father. Below is a text that I never hit send on from a week or so again. It was in response to you. Hey, brother, I love you too, more than you can ever imagine. It's rare in life when one meets a kindred spirit, a couple of madmen with their thirst for further. There have only been maybe 3 people in my entire life of your ilk. You're a rare specimen, and our friendship means everything. Yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight. I cannot and will not excuse my part inside these dramas. But I can promise you with all confidence,
That doesn't mean that
it
he
will
hit
never
her.
happen again. My most sincere apologies if I've let you down. Love you, brother. Did I read that right?
You did read that right, yes.
And so in this text sent on December 30th, you're telling David Hurd that you messed up and went too far in a fight.
It doesn't say physical.
It doesn't say he hit her.
In the audio
fights can be arguments.
Sure.
Yeah.
And in the audio that we just heard, Amber's talking to you about people seeing her injuries from December 15th and how she hid them from your kids during Christmas.
That doesn't matter. Those are her words. It doesn't mean there was any injury
Is that right?
there.
We just listened to this.
I know, but I'll sustain the objection to that question. Next question.
Okay. After you came back from Australia, you and Amber saw, you can take that down. You and Amber saw someone by the name of Dr. Amy Banks. You joined her by Skype. Do you remember that?
The only time that I've ever seen Dr. Amy Banks was on a video link from Australia.
Right. And you saw her for a joint session with Amber, correct?
Yes.
And then you saw her individually for a session as well. Do you recall that?
Yes, a brief session as far as I remember, yeah.
And during the joint session with Dr. Banks, you didn't contradict Amber's reporting that you were violent toward her, correct?
All right.
That's, if he contradicted that.
Now I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
We're going to jump around a little bit in time.
That's
here, Mr.
right,
Depp.
Carol. Yeah,
earlier
once
today,
you go that far, it's done, right?
that we talked about March of 2013, and you saw the picture with the cocaine box that said property of JD. You remember that?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you a few documents here. Michelle, can you pull up defendant's exhibit 159, please, 159. And Mr. Depp, what I'm going to ask you about is the second text down. It's the text from you to someone named Sis, who I think you testified was, you said at first it was Christy, but I think you then testified that it was Whitney Hurd, correct?
Sis is always Whitney. I call my sister Christy something else, another nickname.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move for this is a text from you to Whitney on March 9th, 2013, correct? You see that?
What am I supposed to see? I'm sorry.
The second The text, two down, is a text from you to Whitney dated March 9th, 2013.
Yes, I see that, yes. Yes, sir.
None of this addresses the
Your Honor,
complaint,
I would move for the admission
right?
of
None of this has
Exhibit
anything to do with
159 with that text and then the
assault
second and third
or
text from the
pushing.
bottom, please.
It's just, in fact, these letters to his family members
With the appropriate redaction.
almost seem sort of like a 12-step program kind of thing, right? That he, he's getting in touch with everybody and saying, I'm not drinking anymore and I'm sorry for all that I've done when I was drunk, and right? So something strange going on now. Why did they all go running up to the No, Salty. It was Amber Heard's. Amber and Pennington, her friend Holly Pennington. The two of them did it. He was quoting her. If he had punched her, she would have had imprints. His rings, right? Yeah.
Can you, Michelle, can you please redact everything but the second text message, please?
Oh, yeah. Happy. No, I think the jury's gone. I think they've lost the jury. And I'll tell you why I think that, because they lost us. Because we're just like the jury.
What we'll do, we'll just call this 159A, and
Sure.
they'll be admitted with.
And we had the benefit of being comfortable.
So,
the jury's
Mr. Depp,
not comfortable.
This is a text message you sent to Whitney Heard on March 9th, 2013. And in this text message, you say, you blow that up as best you can, please. We had a slightly grim morning, but not a doozy. We kissed, she splits and texts me sweet stuff. I do the same right back and nada. So I just want to know that she is safe. I've heard nothing, just worried about her, XXX JD. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay. So that text was sent on March 9th, 2013. With that in mind, could you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 161?
I don't understand. Why would they play that? No, that is not evidence, Carol. I could sit here right now and say, well, what about my black eye and my 15 stitches on my lip? Are we going to talk about that? And you can see I have no black eye. I have no stitches in my lip. So yeah, that audio comment has no meaning. It's not anything.
Do you see 4 texts or 5 texts up from the bottom? There's a text exchange between you and Miss Heard.
She literally said that she was
Yes, I do.
that she was battered as a wife.
This is sent on March 12th, 2013.
I agree, Cake Maker.
Okay, yes, sir.
Which, if I'm doing my calculation right, was Tuesday, March 12th, 2013. And in the top text, you write, just thought you should know that there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. That's all. You see that? Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of this exhibit with those texts.
When you say those texts, which ones? Just
Those 4 The text exchange between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
What? I don't know what that means.
We have no objection to the omission of the 4 text messages between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard on that date.
Make those redactions.
Yeah.
I do not understand. Does anybody get it? Does anybody get why does anybody understand why this
161 in evidence with the redactions we can publish?
Thank you, Your Honor. So we'll just focus on the text. So we can see the top text is from you to Ms. Heard. And you say, just thought you should know that there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. That's all. And Amber wrote you back and said, we need that book, exclamation point. And you wrote back and said, is it about last Friday night? I'm sorry. I got it wrong.
I think you're yeah.
Amber writes you and
sure,
says, we need
I
that
would agree
book.
with that, Paint.
And then she writes you and says, is it about last Friday night by any chance? And you write, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? Yes, it is. Funny bitch. I fucking love you, you cunt. You wrote that on Tuesday, March 12th, 2013, referring to
No, Caledonia.
previous Friday night, March 8th, 2013, correct?
I believe that this subject, I sent her that text that there exists a book called Disco Bloodbath from a bookstore that I was in. She said, we need the book, asked me about if it was about last Friday. I believe that I have a very different opinion of what that Friday was than you do, and I
Well, your counsel can ask you about that, and I'm sure
indeed,
Ms. Heard
well, I
will
think that's
testify
when
to
we'll
that.
get into that. Yes.
But my question to you is, you're referring to such a hideous moment. You're responding to Ms. Heard's text is it about last Friday night by any chance? Isn't that right?
That's what she's asking me.
Okay.
I heard that, Karen Holland, but I don't know anything about it. Somebody else commented on it. Yeah, she didn't get $7 million from the divorce. She got $7 million from the trial in the UK related to the son. Or was that part of the, maybe that was part of the divorce.
Can you please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 638?
All right, what is?
Yeah, Carol.
Yes, Your Honor. Move for the omission of this video.
She was angry because she didn't get very much money in the divorce.
638 in evidence. Thank you.
This was public humiliation. This was the final discard, that's so common to narcissistic people. I think her net worth is 30 million. Happy.
What happened?
Or maybe it's 20 million. She got 5 million for the first Aquaman, and then 10 million for the second one.
Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
Nothing happened to you.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning.
All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen? You this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Oh, yeah, she could retire and never work again.
You got this going? Oh, really? Really?
You were smashing shit.
Yeah, that does sound right, Elizabeth Gregory. But she did get $7 million in the UK, and she said she did not want his money; that she was going to give it away.
That's your house.
Illegally recorded tape. Do we have a date or metadata or anything on it?
Why don't we since you have some questions about it, why don't we watch it again?
Oh, I've
Play
seen
it
it.
again, Michelle. Okay.
He said, "Do we have a date for this illegally recorded tape?"
This is at your house in West
She looks
Hollywood,
pretty upset right now, doesn't she?
And that's you in the video, Mr. Depp, right?
That's correct, sir.
And you would agree that you were violent in that clip, correct?
Clearly, I was having a bad time. I don't know what it was with regard to completely at this point.
Why won't they give him the date?
Being illegally recorded by your chosen other is, well, it's quite fitting with the rest of the photographs and tape recordings she made. So I thought what was most interesting is that she tried to hide it from me, and then that she laughed and smiled at the end. I thought that was the most interesting part myself. But so yes, I did assault a couple of cabinets, but I did not touch Miss Heard.
And
as you can see, I think. No.
And you may have been drunk in that video, correct?
She's trying really hard to cry.
There's a possibility of that.
You poured yourself a mega pint of red wine, correct?
A mega pint.
A mega pint.
I poured myself a large glass of wine.
Right.
I thought it necessary.
Right. Right. Well, let's look at UK 101, please.
101.
Yeah, it's day one.
I'm a little taken back by her reaction. I don't know what is happening. I don't know if she's trying to cry. We saw the video. He's hitting cabinets. He's not hitting her. And she's recording him illegally and then laughs when he leaves the room after seeing the camera.
See there at line 5. You have the
So why
paper?
is she crying?
I don't see 101 yet. So sorry.
Okay, sorry.
I don't know why she's crying. Can somebody help me understand this?
101.
Seems really odd to me.
Sorry.
It's in the volume for day 1. If that helps.
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm looking through, but it's all it's a bit of a jumble. Oh, sorry. Here, page 101. Is that what you like?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And just since you seemed amused by the terminology, you were asked the question, you were drunk, I'm going to suggest. What do you say to that? Answer, I may have been.
Where are we, sir?
Line 5.
Thank you.
Question, you were drunk, I'm going to suggest. What do you say to that? Answer, I may have been. I do not recall. The chances are very good that I was if I was upset. Question, we saw you pour a sort of, answer, mega pint. Question, mega pint of red wine, which is not everybody's choice for breakfast, is it? Answer, no. Did I read that right?
You did.
And you were very, very upset in that video, correct?
I think that's pretty clear, yes.
And you would agree that your behavior in that clip could be intimidating to anyone present in that room, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Oh my God, that's not the
You would agree
case.
that you-
Nobody said anything
your
about,
behavior was
that
intimidating.
Johnny Depp is intimidating.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Where is
You're
the
a lot bigger than
proof
Amber,
of domestic violence?
Physically?
I wouldn't say that.
Would you agree with me that the standards of a Southern gentleman were not in your mind in this particular
Oh, what does that
I don't
mean?
know about anyone else, but I have had experiences in my life where one does stray from
A case of very bad acting. Thank you. Yeah.
complete control over their emotions at times, and that is a very normal, primal thing to do.
I want you guys to remember 2 days
if she was intimidated,
establishing that Johnny Depp likes alcohol.
death, why didn't she leave?
Can you pull up Exhibit 821, please?
Did you hear him? If she's scared to death, why didn't she leave? For how long?
We're going to fast forward in time a little bit, Mr. Depp.
Yes, I can feel it.
I'd like to direct your attention.
There is a lawsuit.
The third text down. It's a text message from you to your sister on June 4th, 2016.
Yes, sir.
See that?
What does that have to do with the price of eggs in China? They're getting towards the end of the day and they're still doing family texting that has nothing to do with domestic abuse.
Can you pull up Exhibit 870, please?
Nothing to do with domestic violence and nothing to do with the defamation. Yeah.
Pull up, it's Plaintiff's Exhibit 157, 11. 157, page 11.
Oh, there we go. Okay, 157. Plaintiff's 157.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, these are text messages that you sent to your friend Isaac Baruch, correct?
Yes, and I'll just say that I'm not proud of any of the language that I've used in these anger.
Your Honor, I move for admission of just this page of this exhibit.
Your Honor, we object on relevance.
All right, if you want to approach.
Yeah, he ended up owing like $1 million in back taxes because his business partner and accountants, well, officially they used the word mismanaged, but there's a lawsuit alleging that they extorted the money, that they stole it in essence, that it was kept in accounts offshore, and he was not given access or something. He got frustrated, hired new accountants and whatnot, and when it all came out in the wash, 650 million's gone. He essentially believed that he was, a billionaire. He was getting $20 million per movie. And I mean, he's still worth 350, which is not shabby. But when you think you're worth $1 billion, it was horrible. So there is a lawsuit out there.
All right. I think it's 157, page 11. So I'll just call it 157A. Page 11 with redactions needed.
I don't know. I love Dr. Todd Grande, Kim. I disagree with him. I think this was a very bad day for Amber Heard.
Your Honor, permission
This
to
was
publish
not a bad day
this
for
to
Johnny
the
Depp.
exhibit.
All right. Yes, sir.
No, I disagree.
Mr. Depp, these are two texts that you sent to Isaac Baruch, the jury's heard from on October 17th, 2016 and October 18th, 2016. Can you just read for the jury that first text?
You'd like me to read that?
Yes, please.
Sure, Mr. Rottenborn.
Now remember, he hadn't
Is
asked him
the
to read a
slippery
single
board
text.
that I donated my jizz to for a while, staying there?
And can you please read the text under that, please?
Certainly. I'm not sure I sent that text, but.
Well, I'll read it. You say.
No, I'll read it. It's fine if you'd like to hear that.
I'll go ahead and read
Oh,
it,
you
sir.
go
You tell Mr. Baruch on October 18th, 2016, hopefully that cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic, 2 exclamation points. Did I read that right?
You did.
Okay, you can take that down, Michelle, please. And can you please pull up
Karen,
exhibit 485?
she
Defendant's
had a
exhibit.
surrogate. She did not carry her own child. I know, it's so predictable, right? Yeah, she did not want to mess up her body by being pregnant. So, yeah. It's awful, isn't
You
it?
recognize this as a text exchange that you had between you and Amber Heard on September 28th, 2015.
When I heard that, I thought of Mommy Dearest.
Yes, sir.
I did. That
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission
that
of,
she just
the
wanted
exhibit. Just,
a child
happy to have all of it, or just
to be a part of her
depending on what his counsel wants. And Your Honor,
Give him a moment to read it.
publicity.
of course.
We're happy to have the, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's portions admitted, but we would ask that the phone numbers be redacted.
All right.
Of course.
So you can redact the identifying information.
Right, Carol. He totally trusted them. That's right. And they absolutely
Can you blow
stole
up the top text?
75% of his fortune.
And I'm not going to read the whole text, Mr. Depp, but if you start 4 lines down, you say, "And I'm on such a
Right.
beastly head fuck.
You
from
better be
earlier
careful.
that I feel like I won't know what to do or how to be. I feel like I only just continue to piss you off. Believe me, I never want to hurt you. and always have never wanted to hurt you. Never. I don't want to be in that position anymore. Not ever again.
I agree,
feel
Love
pushed
Shack.
And I push back. I feel hurt. I will hurt back. A fight commences. I will fight back. And obviously so will you. But I can't again to see it coming. It puts us both in some stubborn space where neither of us can hear, much less understand one another's position. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
Can we pull up Exhibit 186, please?
May I just make a point of clarification for DX 485? It's a multi-page exhibit.
Is it? Okay.
I just want to make sure it's just this page.
It was, yeah, it was just that page.
All right, what page is it?
Page 1.
This guy, I think, is trying so hard to get in extra information that he's actually cut his nose off to spite his face. Or he's so woefully unprepared that he doesn't even know his own exhibits. Oh my God, are they redacting again? Oh my God. Got disconnected. Hold on, I'm getting it started again. Sorry about that. Is it running?
You for your letter. That's September 6th, correct?
That is September 6th, yes.
Okay. And then if you, Your Honor, I'd move for admission of this document, starting with the text that says, "Thank you for your letter." And
she has a child, Carol,
or not, depending on what Mr.
and she
counsel
purchased a surrogate to carry her child.
And then going into the next page.
That is true.
Through the text that says, "I have other uses."
Hey, Cinnamon.
Could we please scroll down just to see a little further?
Can you scroll down a little bit further? Thank you.
Absolutely, Sandra. There's so much going on here that is not good.
Can we please continue down further?
I think, I'm going to pause this for just a minute. I think Sandra brings up a really good and important point. First of all, okay, so Sandra said, let me find it. Okay, Sandra said, if I were a juror, I would be bored to death with this questioning. Okay, now, first of all, how often have you heard Johnny Depp's team challenge the questioning? Very little, right? The only time that she's interrupted has been to say, "Hey, can we redact these phone numbers? Can you take the phone numbers off there? Can you take his daughter's name off of there?" There's only been maybe two times where there was, and then the other was, compound question, right? There's been very little trying to stop him from putting information into the record, right? And so then you think to yourself, wow, even though we're neophytes and we can certainly recognize when they're allowing hearsay, they're letting the attorney give testimony. I mean, they're doing a lot wrong, and yet his team is doing nothing. And so you have to say, well, why would that be? Well, I think the reason is because the original complaint is, defamation of character. And what Amber Heard did to defame Johnny Depp, to make him lose work, was to put out this letter to the whole world that she was the face of Me Too. 2 years ago, she was an abused wife, that she had been battered in a marriage. Okay? So this is about physical violence, right? None of what these attorneys have done in the past 2 days have done anything by way of furthering the argument that Johnny Depp battered Amber Heard. They did an awful lot to prove that Amber Heard battered Johnny Depp. They did a great deal to prove that the alcoholism and the drugs for both Johnny Depp and Amber Heard was happening for off and on for a long time. They did a lot to show that Johnny Depp is like a romantic at heart, maybe, and that he likes to speak in big, flowery stage speeches, right? But I think what they did not do is, in no way did they provide any kind of evidence that said Johnny Depp is a wife beater. They did not do that. They have not yet proven that, right? They really haven't even been effective in suggesting it, because what they're calling evidence is really just arguments that people have. Here's the reality, okay? If you're married and your wife or your husband goes and has sex with another person, you're going to get mad, you're going to get hurt, you're going to feel betrayed, and yes, there's going to be a lot of screaming and yelling, right? How many people have experienced it, the discovery of infidelity, and there's not a wife beater? They have not. What they have spent the last 2 days doing in no way has had anything to do with Johnny Depp beat Amber Heard, and it doesn't have anything to do with her protecting herself in any way, that she did not defame his character. As soon as she started this public bull about being the face of Me Too, he began losing his contracts. In fact, Pirates of the Caribbean 5 was getting ready to be actually filmed, and it got shut down. It's on hold right now. Disney doesn't want to try and market a film where the main lead is a wife beater. So and this is what I would say to Dr. Grande if he and I were talking about this. I would say, what have you heard that would make you confident that her characterization of Johnny Depp is that he's a wife beater? I've heard that they were very passionate. They had arguments. I heard that they may have pushed each other a time or two. I heard that she hit him a lot and that she wanted to hit him, that she believes it's normal to hit, that he is a pussy because he is now refusing to fight with her. And what I really heard that made a big impression on me is that he's removing himself from these altercations. He's getting out of them. As soon as she begins, he splits. In fact, that's one of her biggest complaints against him, that he leaves. And she even says in one of these recordings, she says, oh no, Johnny, you split even when there's not physical violence. And she's owning that violence, that she is hitting him. And he's leaving. He has sent out plenty of text messages saying, I don't want to be involved in this physical violence. I don't want to argue. Arguing is going to lead to somebody getting hurt. I don't want a part of that. I don't like that. I'm going to leave the room, and I'm going to reserve my right to leave the room. And that makes her furious. In fact, she actually gaslighting in a text where she says, if you leave in the beginning of one of these fights, if you leave and you don't leave the house, you go to another room in the same house, you're actually escalating the fight. You're actually taking action that makes the fight worse. Okay, Amber, being the good little abuser that you are. So what you're saying is Johnny should just stay in the room with you and take it while you hit him. And if he tries to leave and get away from the fight, then you're really going to make him sorry. Is that what happened when you slammed the bottle of vodka on his hand and broke his finger? Or not broke his finger, but cut his finger? Were you punishing him because he wouldn't engage in an argument / fight with you? So I think, I think that what we have learned over the last 2 days is that these two people lead a lifestyle that not everybody leads. Most people don't drink gallons of vodka and gallons of wine, and most people don't take pills all the time, and most people don't take ecstasy when they're going out with their big group of friends, and most of us don't take mushrooms, right? I mean, that's pretty well established. And it also has proven, most of us would not get mad at a spouse and defecate on their side of the bed. That people don't do that, right? Most of us have not ever been so intoxicated or messed up that you cut half your finger off and you dip it in paint so you can write letters of infidelity about your spouse. So there have definitely, from Dr. Grande's point of view, there have definitely been, it's definitely been proven that this was chaos. This was not the perfect union. This was not working, definitely. But I am going to disagree respectfully. I don't think that they have proven that Johnny Depp is a batterer. I think they have gone further in proving that Amber is a batterer. And more importantly, that Depp was trying to do the right thing and leave the fight, that he didn't like the fighting. That is not what he wanted. Amber Heard all but admits that. She didn't like it when he left. She wants the fight. She wants him to stay there and fight it out with her. So yeah. So me and Dr. Grande, we got to disagree on this. Okay. And I do have a great deal of respect for him. I love his videos and his channel and all that. Okay. All right, y'all. We have been here for hours. 5.5 hours spent together. And do we all still love each other? Yes. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and end this here, and I'll tell you the reason why. I'm going to end this here because you remember the video we started out with 6 hours ago? The one that I said I wasn't going to play because it is so triggery. You remember that? That is how today's testimony will end. They will play the triggery video. It makes Johnny Depp weep. And I don't want to put that on my channel because I do think for some people that have experienced certain types of things, I think it could be really bad to listen to it. So I want to end it here and be finished. This is yesterday's testimony. If anybody that wants to go back and listen or watch again, whatever. And I do also want to talk about Orsolia Gall Klein. And so I'll probably be back in maybe 2 hours, and I'll do the Queen's mother that was killed and was found in a suitcase half a mile from her house. Okay. All right. Thank y'all so much for being here. I appreciate it so much. And we will continue to talk about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard for the next, what are we at, 6 weeks or so? It's going to be a long one. Okay. Talk to y'all later. Bye. Have a great Friday night. Oh, we got to do a wild speculation Friday night, don't we? I'll have to think about that. I'll come up with some wild speculation. All right. Talk to you later. Bye.